Stop and it's that the fuck way about me. I don't know why these songs are tangy. I guess I'm too demanding when they hit the double coat the candy. I'm so high, no landing. It ain't like the stage. When this shit go shady, they already on the telly. Yeah, I wanna rub my belly. I got my dogs out on pop it. I do reach. I got a funny eat. She look like a blitz. She wanna check me up. She wanna check my feet. I pull up the Maybach jumping, shake the top. I don't know why they understand me. I guess I'm so demanding. I'm landing. I guess I keep my candy. She's so good. The beach is sandy. I got it in my diamonds in my shoulder, they pick areola. She deserve a patty, cause she one of the members. When it comes to dog, Monday not a problem. Turn me to a killer, I just smashed the mother. Tiffany come through her pussy good and pink. Pink Chicago in the wintertime, I'm wearing mix. Selling out arenas, I just work the streets. Copping a brand new castle in the middle of these. My bitch said, Eddie, the style when we sit down and eat. I can do this shit one take, but my style ain't free. Put up my take hoes on my date, this they got pretty deep. I swear, $250,000 on her head, $250,000 on her head. She mopped it out like this, I can't feel my leg. That's when I sniped out your hoe for a crumb of bread. Hawk got rats going out the roof, they busting through the cell. Made my new bitch shit, the truth show me a couple million.
And there's some straining, those of them leaning. There's some straining, those of them leaning. You should have leaning. She wanna come this way, get it up, make her way. Get it up, make her way. She wanna ride my way. She wanna come this way. She wanna say she has been done.
Turn up! Turn up!
Wanna say she has been done.
You already know what time it is, nigga. Turn the fuck up.
Guess I'm too demanding.
Hey,
because I keep my candy.
hey,
Tell you what you know that.
hey.
Just touched down in Miami.
I guess I keep my candy.
Guess I'm too demanding.
Turn up.
She wanna ride my way. She wanna ride my chain. Get it on my way. Come on, show my play. She wanna ride my way. She wanna ride my chain. Get it on my way. Come on, show my play.
Turn up. Seven's in the chat. You already know what time it is. Talk your shit Tuesday. Buckle your motherfucking seatbelt. Hey. Now, without further ado, we're gonna go ahead and get straight into this thing because I know I'm a little bit late. But you know, what is it if I'm not a little bit late? I gotta be fashionably late. You know, I gotta keep you guys on your toes. I think you guys got too used to I feel like you guys got way too used to me doing the streams every single Monday night. And to be honest, I think a few of you got a little complacent and you started taking it for granted. So I might be switching it up every now and then. You might not see me on a Monday where you think you're going to see me. But either way, just know your boy's still holding it down. And I have not been cloned. I repeat, I have not been cloned. Now, we got to get straight into it. I'm going to let a few more people get in. Please go tell your friend to tell a friend that J-LEETHAL is live. Brother Sly, can you hear me? I know my internet is not perfect as far as the quality because I'm still going through a lot of internet problems. We'll talk about that in a minute, but if you could at least hear me like you can hear like a walkie-talkie, at least you can hear me like a runaway slave, please put a number 7 in the chat. Also, before I show you my video myself, I want to let it be known that the federal law, quote unquote, allows citizens such as myself to reproduce, distribute, or exhibit portions of copyrighted motion pictures, videotapes, or video disc under certain circumstances without authorization of the copyright holder. This is called fair use and is allowed for purposes of criticism, news reporting, teaching, and or parody, which does not infringe of copyright 17 U.S. 107. Bob says that's something a clone would say, because I said I have not been cloned, and he's completely right. If I was a clone, the first thing I would probably do is say that I'm not a clone. But I'll ask you guys this, and then I'll just hurry up and move forward. Could a clone say that this is not a live stream? Think about it. What up, y'all? By the way, we're doing an on-the-run class because I'm trying to figure out my internet situation, so I don't have all the bells and whistles with the green screen background and all that right now, because for some reason, when I try to go live on StreamYard on my laptop, no matter what I do, it's always lagging. When I go live on my phone or when I go live on my tablet, there's no fucking problems. I do not understand it. Maybe somebody can help me understand. I got an Ethernet cord. Look, I went and got a whole adapter. Look at this. An Ethernet adapter, USB to Ethernet adapter, because most laptops nowadays do not have a USB port for whatever reason. So, I mean, a Ethernet port. And as you know, or some of you might not know, but I've been told that if you want to eliminate some of the problems with Wi-Fi, you might not be close enough or the Wi-Fi might be acting up, just directly plug the Ethernet cord from your laptop into the router. And that's what I did. I did that. I went and paid $50. This is $50 just for this little plug-in. And it still didn't work. It still acted like I was on Wi-Fi, like it was still, it let me know that it was connected to the Ethernet, which is supposed to be better when I don't know. It's supposed to be better when you connect to the Ethernet. But for whatever reason, it didn't connect for me, or it didn't improve my internet. So I don't know how to bring you guys constant internet on my laptop without it looking all choppy and going off every 20 minutes. So right now, we're just going to have to do the on-the-run courses like this. But it is what it is, because I started doing my channel just off my phone. So even if I got to go back to my tablet, it's all good. Now, if I was a clone, Bob, I feel you, because if I was a clone, I would probably say that I'm not a clone, right? But I'm going to ask you this, Bob. Can a clone, listen closely, hold on. Can a clone say this? This is not a live stream. This is an online pro bono interactive learning course in which like-minded and some not so like-minded individuals gather in order to discuss nuanced and sometimes controversial topics so that we may all possibly gain a motherfucking further level of clarity and understanding moving forward. Can a clone say that? Can a clone say, this is not a live stream, this is an online pro bono interactive la 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 la? Yeah, exactly. They might be able to make a clone that looks like me, kind of acts like me. Hell, if you guys been paying attention to the artificial intelligence wars, somebody put that in the chat. Put a 7 in the chat if you've been paying attention to the artificial intelligence wars and propaganda, many of which, and you see this big ass pimple right here, this is hormonal imbalance. Let's just call it that. Put a 7 in the chat if you saw the artificial intelligence stuff that I've been talking about. And that goes all the way back to thispersondoesnotexist.com. I've been talking about artificial intelligence since thispersondoesnotexist.com, which was on my last channel. Now, if you've been paying attention to artificial intelligence, then you probably know that there is capabilities out there right now for an average person to make a video with your face on it on a stripper pole. I'll say that again. Somebody can make a video with your face on it dancing on a stripper pole, and you've never touched a stripper pole in your life. That is the capability that we're at right now with the average layman, the average Joe Schmo. can make this video. So what do you think the what is it called? The government could do. Of course, the government could. Of course, the government can create all type of ridiculousness. So I'm gonna read some comments, and I'm gonna try to tap in with the comments. What up? I tricked all you niggas. What was your last? I feel like I feel like you've had a lot of different usernames because I know you be using that Sonnetter picture all the time. I know you be trolling, so let me know some of your other usernames that you've used before. But by the way, I tricked all you niggas. Have you pressed the thumbs up button and have you subscribed to this channel? I'm not going to ask you to download, or to join my Patreon. Although, if you would like to join my Patreon for as little as $3 a month to support a black teacher, black revolutionary, black journalist, black activist, you can feel free to do so. $3 a month is all you need to be part of the Patreon. I don't just upload a million days on Patreon. As a matter of fact, it's been a little minute since I've uploaded, but I do have a lot of exclusive content on there. And the people on Patreon know that the reason why I have a Patreon is not necessarily to show you a bunch of receipts. I already show you a bunch of receipts. The reason why I have a Patreon is for people who believe in what I'm doing to invest financially into something that I'm going to use for the business. So eventually I'm going to take money out of there to create merchandise and shirts and stuff. I know I tell you that all the time, but when I create these shirts, I need you guys to show up and show out. Even if it's only 7 of you that buy a $30 shirt, whatever, a $27 shirt. If it's 7 of you guys that buy a $27 shirt, I mean, it's not a bunch of money, but it's enough money to do something else with that, right? Let's just say I spent $50 on the shirts altogether, and then I created them, and then I get $300 from that $50 investment. That's something that I'm building using the money that was already donated to me from my other work. So that's how we're building generational wealth over here. That's how we're building our own platform over here. I appreciate to the people on patreon.com. All praise be to the Most High God for my brother Mark Sanchez, who always comes in. He was jumped into the runaway slave gang. Mark Sanchez, do you remember when you were jumped into the runaway slave gang? Jay, always here. Jay, I've told you before, but I appreciate you for being consistent. Ever since you came to the door, you've been very consistent. Brother Sly, what up, my nigga? Brother Sly, I think he moved from Nevada, if I'm not mistaken. I think Brother Sly was living in Nevada, and I don't remember where you said you're living now. Did you say Seattle? I can't remember, Brother Sly. Where'd you move? You don't have to tell us very specific, but just let us know the state. Of course, my brother Solo Dolo in the building. The party doesn't get started till Solo Dolo's in the building. I told you guys that. It just is what it is. For accountability, the reason why I need Solo Dolo in the chat before I continue is for accountability. It's very rare that Solo doesn't agree with me, but for the rare instance that he might or that he ever has, he would definitely let me know. Hey, Jay, you're off the mark on that. Hey, Jay, I need you to look at this information. You need to put this into your blender because you didn't bring out this information. So I appreciate all the brothers and sisters who hold me accountable. I appreciate the brothers and sisters who watch faithfully. I appreciate the brothers and sisters who share, like, comment, subscribe, donate, all the other stuff. It's a million things we got to talk about. We have a lot to talk about tonight, so let's try to get straight into it. I will say I got into a little verbal altercation with some of my associates. I every now and then I'll go to Starbucks. So this is my first story of the night. Remember, tonight is Talk Your Shit Tuesday. Can somebody put a round of applause for Talk Your Shit Tuesday? Because the good thing about Talk Your Shit Tuesday is I can just fulfill all of my ADHD needs. I can just rant and rant and rant and show you this receipt, show you that receipt. They don't even have to connect, although most of the time they do connect because it's one story. But my show on Monday night, when I do a class on Monday night, I have to be very structured. I'm talking about one particular topic. Speaking of which, does anybody remember last week's class or the last class that we did? Because I don't think we did a Talk Your Shit Tuesday last week. I think last week we just did one class. By the way, I do not get on live stream if I do not have a lot of shit to say. Even if I only got a few things to say, I still won't get on live. The only time I get on live is when I have a lot of shit to say. So last week I had a few things to say, but not enough to do a whole stream. So I only came one time to the class. But does anybody remember the name of last week's online pro bono interactive learning course, which like-minded and also like-minded individuals gathered in order to discuss nuanced and sometimes controversial topics so that we may all possibly gain motherfucking further level of clarity and understanding? Exactly. The name of the stream last week was education. And why were we talking about education? Jay, do you care to enlighten the people in class why we were talking about education and what does education mean to the bourgeoisie? And also, Jay, since you're here, why don't you let us know who was the poster boy for education last week? Who was the nigga who went and got educated out there in Poland, in Auschwitz? Does anybody remember? Talk to me in the chat. Who's the nigga that got educated in Auschwitz? Anybody? Bueller? Ferris Bueller? I want to know what nigga got educated. And when I say educated, oh yeah, I mean real life education.
Robert Kraft is visiting Poland for an event that honors victims of the Holocaust. The New England Patriots owner is participating in the annual March of the Living along with his friend, rapper Meek Mill. The march takes place at the Holocaust Remembrance Day, which is today at Auschwitz. This comes weeks after Kraft's Foundation to Combat Anti-Semitism started a national campaign to fight back against Jewish hate.
Talk to me in the chat. You remember that? You remember that, right?
I'm following education, a lot of education I needed to know. The whole world needs to know. So, you know, shout out to Kraft for having me here. Shout out to Poland for having me here at this event.
Somebody put that in the chat. Meek Mill says that it's a whole lot of education that we need to know as black people and as the whole world. We need to know the education about Auschwitz and about the so-called Jewish people's pain. Can you believe that? No, this is a real thing, guys. Meek Mill, for whatever reason, he feels like it's his job. Can somebody tell me why is it Meek Mill's job to educate the world on Auschwitz? Can anybody tell me? Because this is another picture I saw. I guess I forgot to show it last week, or I didn't have it last week. Anyway, so Robert Kraft, who is the owner of the New England Patriots, a red man who probably doesn't have black people's interests at heart. I mean, I don't know. I don't know the guy. Maybe Robert Kraft is a really nice guy, but allegedly this dude Jonathan Greenblatt, who is I made a video about him actually before too. The dude Jonathan, what up, Brother Sly? Glad you're back. Brother Sly, I don't know if you've seen that. I made a quick little video about Jonathan Greenblatt. And basically who he is he's I guess the head of the, does anybody know who this guy is? What is the actual title of Jonathan Greenblatt? Because I talked about him before. I think he's the head of the ADL or something like that, the Anti-Defamation League. Anyway, some very quote-unquote powerful, quote-unquote Jewish man, I'm using those terms very loosely here, who says, we need to blah, blah, blah. We need to have discussion about the Holocaust, and we need to this and that and the third. Okay, yeah, that's fine and dandy, but again, why aren't y'all marching with us at our Black Lives Matter marches? Where's Jonathan Greenblatt at the Black Lives Matter protest? Even though, believe me, we know about Black Lives Matter, but just for the sake of the argument, because look here, Jonathan Greenblatt, he says on Twitter, powerful testimony. Look at this, guys. Meek Mill gave a powerful testimony about his trip to Auschwitz and what he has learned about stepping up and speaking out. Do you see these these passive aggressive words, stepping up and speaking out, these condescending, gaslighting words. So we're expected to step up, I guess, because we were standing down. We were being quiet about Auschwitz, right? So stand up and speak on anti-Semitism. Step up and speak on Doesn't this sound like when they said roll your sleeves up and get the jab, this and that? They always have some catchphrase, step up, roll your sleeves up, stand up when it's time to do some bullshit. But when it's time to advocate for us, forget about it, stop complaining. So I just wanted to show you again the reason why we were talking about the education last week. You know, I just wanted to talk about some things. And that was last week. Now, tonight we're going to talk about some other very important topics. I'm going to wait for, like I said, we're waiting for a few more people to get in the chat just to really pop the thing off. But I'm already in the mood to talk my shit. Okay, so it's Talking Shit Tuesday. I got into a little altercation with some dudes that I know from Starbucks, associates. I would say, you know, homeboys to an extent, right? And I know, and I'm going to say this to preface this story. I'm going to make it real quick. I know that I can be a little confrontational sometimes. I definitely know I can be loud. I definitely know I can be aggressive. I definitely know I can be passionate, whatever you want to call it. So I want to let that be known. But I got into a little verbal spat with some of the dudes or maybe just one or two of the dudes that I see at Starbucks every now and then, you know. And I told you guys a story. I got into a fight with one of these dudes at Starbucks. We get into real heavy conversations about being black in America. One of the dude is a black man from the UK. You know, we have a lot of discussions and differences of opinion, and it gets real heated, right? Long story short, we get into a back and forth, no big deal, because we have strong opinions on both sides. We have strong opinions on how to deal with black people. One of the dudes, his son, who is maybe 21, 22 years old, got into the conversation, and then, you know, we started going back and forth. It wasn't a big deal, but then the dude's son stepped up like he wanted to fight me. This was earlier today. This was like an hour or two before I started this stream. So I almost got into a fight. The cooler heads prevailed. It's not about being scared. It's just about, you know, a time and a place for everything. Are you willing to die on this hill? In other words, broad daylight, everybody watching us arguing, the police are one step away, we're in a decent neighborhood, Starbucks, the only niggas there, we're already talking about racism, now you want to fight me because I'm flaming your ass up. Mind you, the young dude wanted to fight me because I was flaming his ass up. I was just like, you know how they call it jonesing or cracking on somebody. And this is something I told the black dude from the UK. I said, listen, black people, two things that black Americans do, guys, listen to me closely. Tell me if I'm lying. Two things that black Americans do. We get loud no matter what the function is. I don't give a damn if you're playing spades, if you're playing dominoes. I don't give a damn if you're at the basketball court. I don't give a damn if you're at the beauty salon, the barber shop. We're talking about sports. We're going to get loud, especially if we believe in what we're saying. We're passionate about what we're saying. So he kept getting upset, which he always does, or why are you raising your voice and stop being so loud? This is how the conversation got to another level. Kept telling me to stop being so loud, kept telling me to lower my voice because other people might hear me. This is the only thing I want to say about the story, because we did not fight. I end up saying, God bless you, black man. His son who tried to fight me, we end up shaking hands at the end. I'm like, it's not that serious. I was laughing at him. I'm like, you're really trying to fight me over some words right now? You're really ready to fight me because you think it's that serious. But I want to say this. Two things. One, well, mainly, let me just say this and move forward. Guys, answer a yes or no motherfucking question. And I'm not just talking about what happened earlier today, because a large percentage of it is this. Oh, these are the two things I have to say. One, stop being scared about what other people are saying, because one of the black dudes was saying, stop being so loud. I was talking about the systematic enforcement of the motherfucking ideologies of white supremacy. I'm talking about how black people need to come together and create communities similar to how these Asians and stuff create communities. I'm talking about how the Jewish Defense League, they're able to do this and that, but the black Americans aren't able to do this. I'm talking about how the Asian people get crime bills passed in their favor, but we don't get no crime bills. And this man tells me I need to lower my voice because somebody might hear. Some agent, some federal agent might hear what I'm saying. Mind you, we're at Starbucks. I'm talking loud, just like I'm talking like this. I'm talking passionate, just like you guys know. My thing is this: if as black people, black men that are supposed to be looking for liberation, supposed to be standing on our square, supposed to be the original man, I barely see these niggas. When we do see each other, I'm supposed to quiet my voice. And see, that's another spell that we're under. Because like I told him, if we were talking about the motherfucking Super Bowl, I could talk as loud as I want. If we were talking about Real Housewives of Atlanta, I could talk as loud as passionate. You can see the vein in my neck as long as we're talking about the Dallas Cowboys. But once we start talking about the systematic enforcement of the ideologies of white supremacy, now niggas want to, oh my God, calm it down. We don't want to get in trouble. We don't want to get in trouble. So I was telling them that's not how I live my life. I don't live my life quiet in my voice at every fucking corner. Now, maybe when I'm at work, maybe when I'm at, court, but if I'm out on my fucking day off, which by the way is Talk Your Shit Tuesday, if I'm off on Talk Your Shit Tuesday and I see two black men I haven't seen in 6 months and we're having a discussion, we all haven't talked in about a year together, and a bunch of shit is going on, why wouldn't I be raising my motherfucking voice? Why would I be caring about who can hear me? So that's my first thing. Stop with this spooky shit. Y'all niggas swear that some federal agent is listening to you. Listen, if a federal agent is listening to you, they're already watching you on your motherfucking camera, already through your phone. Alexa and all of this shit is already listening to you. You think that some federal agent is just going to be happen to be walking by when we're having a heated debate at fucking Starbucks and that's when they're going to start following you? Newsflash, if you are half of the shit that you say you are, the federal agents are already on your motherfucking ass. I know that the federal agents are watching me. That's why I give them a show on YouTube. Now let's continue. The second thing I have to say is this: black man in particular. I'm not even talking about black woman. Black man, black American man. Fuck that. Black man, period. Answer a motherfucking yes or no question. I can't tell you how many so-called intellectual black men talking about, oh, it's deeper than that. I can't answer yes or no. How the fuck are we going to build if you can't answer a yes or no question? And I'm not even trying to set you up. It's not like I'm asking you some deep question that I'll be like, did Joe Biden this, that, or that? Did Joe Biden say this or that? Yes, but no, but it's because no. Stop telling me why the fuck it happened. Can we get back to who, what, when, where? You remember back in the day they taught you when you're trying to figure out something, ask these questions: who, what, when, where, and sometimes why. And to be honest with you niggas, I don't even want to know why. We'll figure out why later. Why has been suspended until further notice. Why we cannot prove why. The only thing that you need to talk to me about as a black man in America is who, what, when, and fucking where. Once we get those things established as a people, then we can talk about why this and that and the third. If I'm telling you that 7 out of 10 divorces are initiated by women in America, don't tell me some why fucking shit. You better say, yes, that's a motherfucking fact. And nothing pisses me off quicker than insulting my intelligence. And you're insulting my intelligence by not answering yes or no questions. And the reason why you punk bumbleclot ass niggas don't answer yes or no questions is because you know I'm on your ass and I'm a fucking genius. And if you answer yes to this, you know that's gonna lead to this. So you're scared to answer yes to this because you know you're digging yourself a fucking grave because your argument has no legs to stand on, bitch. Now, that was my first rant for Talk Your Shit Tuesday. Is everybody listening? Dee Lump, are you listening? That was my first rant for Talk Your Shit Tuesday. I almost got into a fight earlier because a young black man wanted to fight me. I guess he didn't like how I was, talking to his dad. His dad is a little bit older. His dad is like 40, but me and his dad are like, neck and neck. and he's like 21 or something. So he didn't like the whole time that I'm just getting on his dad. And he tried to jump into the conversation being disingenuous. I told his dad that his dad was being passive. I told his dad that you're being passive aggressive right now, because he was trying to call me out for the volume of my voice. I said, you're talking about my volume of my voice. I said, you're being passive aggressive. That's just as disrespectful. So then his son, who's like 21, he comes in, tries to jump in the conversation. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is passive aggressive? And you don't know what passive aggressive is. So I told him basically, isn't it true? I asked the son, I said, is it true or is it not true that passive aggressive, that somebody who's being passive aggressive, they can do it by not even using words? So I'm going to ask you guys to see if you guys are decent adults, if you guys are truthful adults, if you guys can answer a fucking yes or no question like a third grader. I'm going to ask you guys in the chat. Does passive aggressiveness always have to be something you actually said? Or can passive aggressive be nonverbal? Can you be passive aggressive and just make a face? Can you be passive aggressive and say something? Well, you know, unfortunately, we've decided not to hire you. In other words, if racism, think about racism. There's outwardly, I'm going to call you a nigger, and then there's the new racism that we're dealing with, which is the passive-aggressive racism that is harder to prove. So I'm going to ask you guys a question. If I asked you, can you be passive-aggressive and never open your mouth? Would you say yes or no? I'm going to ask you a simple question just because I want you guys to call me out if I'm wrong. We have a whole show, and I'm going to get to the show, but I had to get this off my chest. We're 30 minutes in. I'm about to move forward. I had to get this off my chest. Don't answer what you think I'm going to say. Answer what you believe based on what you know passive aggressiveness to be. At work, from white people, whatever, your mom. Can you be passive aggressive and not even say a goddamn word? Yes or no? Jay says yes. Didi Lump says yes. Solo Dolo says yes, it can be nonverbal. So I was trying to tell him that he was being passive aggressive in his way, in this way, and he was telling me, well, what did I say? You have to prove that I was being passive aggressive. I'm like, bro, are you kidding me? Can anybody prove passive aggressiveness? That's a thing that literally by definition cannot be proved because it's covert. So long story short, I was trying to tell these niggas, like I always be trying to tell niggas, why can't you answer a yes or no motherfucking question? Why does it always become about my value and this and that? And what a lot of people don't understand is I don't usually even get loud until niggas start acting dumb. And what do I call acting dumb? I'm going to tell you guys what I call acting dumb, and I'm done with it. You're acting dumb when you can't answer like a third grader. And I always say this, and I will forever say this to the end of time. If you cannot answer a fucking yes or no question like you would to a third grader, or if you cannot explain your fucking theory like you would explain it to a third grader, I don't even want to hear it. Because what happens is they tell me I'm cutting them off. I don't allow them to speak. But nigga, you think I'm going to let you talk for 15 minutes full of bullshit? How many niggas you know will, you try to be patient, you let them talk, but from the moment they open up their mouth, it's full of shit and there's no substance, there's no data behind anything they say. Tell me if you've ever met somebody like that. No data behind anything they say, but they'll ramble on for 15 minutes. So I'm supposed to have a conversation with a person who's building on false premises, who says bullshit on top of bullshit, and I'm supposed to let that rock, right? I'm not supposed to interrupt you when you say some bullshit. I'm not supposed to challenge you or ask you to prove it, right? So what happens is you built that bullshit, I didn't say nothing. You said some other bullshit, I didn't say nothing because I'm trying to be respectful. You say 15 more things full of bullshit, and because I let you talk for 15 minutes, you feel like you fucking did something. Hold on 1 second. Hello? In the front? Okay, cool. Thank you. Bye. Hey, so I don't usually do Uber Eats, but every now and then I'll do a good Uber Eats. My Uber Eats is outside, so I need you to go on a brief intermission, and when I come back, we are going to do our Talk Your Shit Tuesday. So that was my beginning. We're gonna have a brief intermission for me to go get this food. I haven't even eaten all day. I'm still not gonna eat till after the show. Give me 3 minutes. I'm about to go run to the front of this apartment. Give me 3 minutes, and we're coming back, and we're talking our shit Tuesday. Stick with me. Hashtag stick with me in the chat, y'all. Woo! Oh! Record time. Record timing, guys. Record timing, guys. Woo! Whew. I know I said I'm runaway slave gang, but goddamn, I need to work on my fucking running. Need to work on my goddamn stamina. Woo! Okay. Without further ado, talk to me in the chat. Forgive me. Okay, now, without further ado, it's Talk Your Shit Tuesday.
Kill that noise, man. Let's just get the shit.
The shit. The shit. You'll get the shit. You'll be knee deep in the shit.
On television, Jerry Springer called himself a ringmaster. His namesake show that ran for nearly 3 decades, an all-out circus that always brought the shock factor. Outrageous, provocative,
And I know the guy that she's cheating on you with.
Who?
Oh, it's me, bro.
and ratings gold. Springer describing the appeal during its peak here on Today.
It's the craziest show on television. I don't pretend that it's anything but that. But it's entertaining. People obviously like it. We're seeing people that we're not used to seeing on television before.
What began as an ordinary talk show in 1991 soon became must-see TV.
Let's try and do it without hitting each other, okay?
Those infamous brawls and bizarre confrontations captivating audiences. By the late 90s, the Jerry Springer Show became one of America's biggest guilty pleasures, and even for a stretch, surpassing daytime queen Oprah in viewers. But not everyone was a fan.
If people don't like it, and there are many people who don't, that's why God gave us remote control. Turn the station.
Over the years, Springer repeatedly defended his controversial show against critics that called it low class and low brow.
But we're all alike. We're not better than these people. We just dress better.
Springer first made a name for himself in politics. He was elected to the Cincinnati City Council and later became mayor in 1977. But after an unsuccessful run for Ohio governor, Springer turned to broadcasting, starting out as a local reporter and eventually to the anchor desk. But it was his pioneering talk show that launched Springer into pop culture history.
No one's watching because of me. They're watching because the stories are crazy and the people are outrageous.
Through 27 seasons of his own hit show and hosting gigs on dozens of others, Jerry became synonymous with on-screen drama. But those who knew him best say he was always kind and simply loved people.
He was probably the most authentic person that I've ever worked with in this business.
This morning, as tributes pour in, so many now remembering the TV titan and his signature final thoughts on every show.
Till next time, take care of yourself and each other.
Talk to me in the chat. That's exactly how you niggas look like crying for Jerry Springer. And here's another thing. I was one of the first ones to call out Jerry Springer on a public platform. Sure, everybody knows he's full of shit, but a lot of our culture loved Jerry Springer. And when he died, everybody's reposting Jerry Springer. Goddamn shame. And I showed you, well, actually, I didn't show you, but I saw a picture, or rather, I saw a meme that was comparing Kevin Samuels' death to Jerry Springer's death. And why don't we see anybody making fun of Jerry? Why don't we see anybody laughing at Jerry? How come Vivica Fox didn't come out? Wait a minute. Solo, would Vivica Fox ever come out and say that Jerry Springer was just a shock jock? You remember when Vivica Fox came out and said Kevin Samuels, the only thing he's known for is being a shock jock and good riddance, and he just croaked over? And there was reason to believe Kevin has been assassinated. There's no reason to believe that Jerry Springer, at how old is Jerry? Wait a minute. There's no reason to believe that Jerry Springer was 80 years old and he was assassinated. He wasn't fucking Dr. Sebi, okay? So why is it that you didn't hear nothing? Now, maybe, hey, if I'm wrong, maybe somebody, Jay, maybe we can go to, what's the word? What am I trying to think of? The Cocktails with the Queens. You remember that show with Vivica Fox? Maybe we could go on Cocktails with the Queens. And ask Vivica Fox what she thinks about Jerry Springer. But I didn't see Vivica come out and say anything negative about Jerry Springer. So I thought that was really interesting and telling as far as our community is concerned with Jerry Springer. Why is it that everybody feels Jerry Springer? Oh my God, Jerry died. Jerry, did you hear about Jerry? Oh, did you hear? By the way, let me pop this champagne because I had a long day. I just got my motherfucking food in the goddamn Shout out to Katz's out here in Houston, Texas. Shout out to Katz's. Just got my food from the motherfucking delivery guy. And by the way, I usually don't trust the motherfucking delivery guy. It's just that I just recently got upon it and blah, 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 blah. Don't ask me why. Don't ask no questions. Okay? Also, I have to pop the Champagne, Mum Napa Valley. It's Talking Shit Tuesday, 12.5% alcohol. This was made in California in the Napa Valley. We're also going to be popping our shit. I need you guys to put a 7 in the chat if you're with me. Can I pop my shit? Because I have a lot of shit to pop. I might not even be here to the next Monday, so I got to get it all off now. But to pop the Champagne, niggas are trying to play with me. A nigga tried to fight me earlier. I had to laugh in that man's face. Shout out to the black man who tried to fight me because it was all love at the end of the day. But I had to laugh in that black man's face. He was about to pop a blood vessel because he was so mad that I was flaming his ass up. And I didn't say nothing about his mama, nothing about his child, nothing about killing him, harming him. I was just flaming his ass up. I said, you niggas are from the UK. You must be used to eating tea and crumpets. Over here, round here on Normandy and Western, we don't do the tea and crumpet time. When it's time to talk our shit, we get loud. I told him that. I said, what black American function do you know? Because he tried to act like I was being disrespectful because I got bass in my voice when we're talking about the system. Nigga, get out your motherfucking feelings. Ain't nobody yelling at you. We're talking about the systematic enforcement of the ideologies of white supremacy. And sure, if I don't agree with you, I'm going to get loud. And especially when you niggas can't answer a yes or no question and you niggas have no data to back up anything you say. You know how many times I caught them in a thing? I'm like, prove it with data. What you're saying, prove it with data. You have no fucking data. Then the niggas had the nerve to try to act like I'm just doing a podcast or something like this. This ain't no podcast, first of all, motherfucker. His son tried to say, because I told him, I said, nigga, you trying to fight me? I got to go do a show right now. I have a whole pro bono learning course. Oh, you're doing a podcast. Nigga, listen. Relax. 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 Let's all just keep it calm, cool, cordial, and collected. I'm glad we didn't have a nigga moment earlier because he ran up on me, guys. Talk to me in the chat. This nigga got mad because I said that he's eating tea and crumpets, and he got up and tried to get in my face.
Wait, bitch, you better be joking.
Joking, guys, it literally happened. The dude literally got in my face like, what you want to do? Nah, fuck that. Let's fight. He literally said that. Let's fight. You want to fight me? I had to look at his dad and say, come get your boy. You're about to fight me, black man, in 2023 over words that have nothing to do with death, that have nothing to do with disrespecting anybody's family or nothing. I didn't call you one bitch. I didn't call you one hoe. I didn't tell you to suck my dick. I didn't threaten your family. I didn't steal money from you. These are the things that you should be willing to fight about. Somebody died and you disrespected them. You can fight over that. Nigga, I'm talking about your outfit or whatever the case, and you want to fight. That's a problem with black people. And I told him, I said, you see, regardless of whatever else we were debating about, look who you tried to get violent with me, young black man. Not only that, on a side note, it's Talking Shit Tuesday. I'm not Bruce Lee. Listen to me. I'm not Bruce Lee. I'm not Gervonta Davis. I've never took no formal training. So I know a lot of niggas can whip my ass. But I'm going to just say it like this. If you're not Bruce Lee, if you're not Gervonta Davis, and if you do not have formal training, you better hope you better hope I don't catch you first. Let's just say that. Even if you have formal training, you better hope I don't catch you first because I'm taking out years of aggression on that ass. That's the reason why I don't like to fight, because I'm going to fuck you up over some shit that you didn't even have nothing to do with. I'm going to take out aggression on you from my baby mama. I'm going to beat your ass like you my baby mama. That you don't deserve that. I'm going to knock your motherfucking head right between the washer dryer. Talk to me in the chat. I'm going to just walk around with this shirt. Matter of fact, hold on. Where's it at? Where are you at? I'm going to just walk around with this shirt. Talk to me in the chat. From now on, I'm going to put this on a shirt too, Brother Sly. I'm going to just put a washer and dryer on a shirt, to let niggas know I will knock your head between the motherfucking washer and dryer just so you can have a visual representation of what it looks like. You see, some washer and dryers usually have a little bit more space in between that, but you get the point. There's a little space between the washer and dryer, and you'll get your fucking head knocked between that shit running up on me. And that's respectful to anybody who, and it was only because I had respect for his dad, and I had respect for that black man. I had respect for black people, and because it was broad daylight in front of cameras that I didn't swing on him when he ran up on me. Like, nigga, don't run up on me, bro. You know how niggas run up on you and then they might try to sucker punch you, or they'll talk to you real close and then they want to just sneak you or some shit. I'm not about to allow you to do none of that shit to me. Can y'all hear me in the chat? So, yeah. Let's get back to our Talk Our Shit Tuesday now. We're barely at our first hour, so don't even trip on that. We'll put a 7 in the chat if I could bring you some news that the news doesn't show. Because now it's Talking Shit Tuesday, and I feel like I have some shit to talk. We talked about Meek Mill. He's over there in Auschwitz getting a fucking education, right? We talked about Jerry Springer and how you pussy-ass, bomba-clot-ass niggas love Jerry Springer so much, even though he hasn't done a goddamn thing for your community but help further destroy it. I'm going to say it again. Jerry Springer has not done a goddamn thing for black people at all except further help destroy our community. And he paid a few actors. I want you guys to understand, he paid some actors to go out there and do the most despicable shit that he would never allow the so-called Jewish community to do in front of the world. I don't remember him having Orthodox Jewish people on his show acting a goddamn fool. Where was all the people on Jerry Springer's show with the little curly sideburns and the fucking hat or the little small yarmulke on their head doing a bunch of dumb shit? When you go on Jerry Springer's page, on his YouTube page, his most popular videos are niggas and deadbeat dads and all this shit. And I played the video. And here's another thing. 7 in the chat because I'm just going to keep on moving forward. Put a 7 in the chat if you remember how I brought up that fact that Jerry Springer said he knows he ruined the culture. 7 in the chat if you remember when Jerry Springer said, I know I ruined the culture. And I'm the one who brought that out. I wasn't hearing nobody else talk about that. Jerry Springer thought, and mind you, this wasn't even 6 months ago. So he must have known he was on his deathbed. Not even 6 months ago, I posted how Jerry Springer on an interview said, I feel like I ruined the culture. And, oh, yeah, I get it. He didn't even say I'm sorry. He just said, I know I ruined the culture after 60 years of doing this shit, right? Now, I was one of the only ones calling that shit out. And look, now Jerry Springer passed away. And sure enough, niggas don't even have nothing to say about that. The only thing they have to say is, oh, Jerry. You pussy niggas talking about Jerry. Like, wow. Wow, guys. I'm actually shocked. I'm actually shocked that you had the nerve to laugh at a Kevin Samuels, but you got nothing but love for Jerry. Wow. Vivica Fox has nothing but love for Jerry. Speaking of fake love and bullshit ass love, look at this.
Getting this breaking news in now, and this is just within the last few minutes or so. The woman at the center of the 1955 kidnapping and lynching of Emmett Till has died. Carolyn Bryant Donham accused the 14-year-old of whistling at her and making sexual advances. Bryant's then husband and his half-brother were charged with Till's gruesome murder in Mississippi. The 2 men were acquitted and later confessed to the killing. A grand jury in Mississippi declined to indict Bryant Donham on charges of kidnapping and manslaughter in connection with Till's death in 2022. Bryant Donham was 88 years old.
Watch breaking news on YouTube. Subscribe to ABC 7 Chicago Eyewitness News.
Guys, let me know if you get. I just put this other. You know what? Fuck it. I was gonna put this. Can y'all hear me right now? Matter of fact, I'm gonna try to put this. Okay, let me know which one sounds better. Okay, because I'm about to put this. See if I can put this little bitch ass microphone in. Let me know which one sounds better right now. Listen to my voice right now. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Now tell me if it sounds better or worse or about the same. Okay, testing, 1, 2, 3. Hold on. Tell me if it sounds. Hold on. Okay, now I'm using the other microphone. Tell me if it sounds worse, better, or the same. Right, just for clarification purposes, this is me talking on the microphone that I just plugged in. How does it sound? Does it sound normal? Does it sound about the same? Does it sound worse than if I take it out? This is how it sounds. Now this is how it sounds if I take it out. Hold on. Okay, this is how it sounds when I took the microphone out. So I'm thinking that they sound almost the same because I have a really nice microphone that you can tell the difference. But again, my laptop isn't working, so this other microphone is kind of the same as if I just talk to you guys straight to my tablet. Let me know, what did you think? The audio sounds about the same. He said it's immaculate. Okay, we're good. We're good. So did you guys see Emmett Till's murder, or Emmett Till's whatever you want to call it? What would we call the woman who set up Emmett Till? She didn't necessarily murder him. The woman who got Emmett Till murdered, she didn't necessarily murder him. So what would we say? What would we call her? An accessory to the crime, accessory to murder? I haven't even sipped no champagne, man. That's how you know I've been going through a whole lot, shit tag. Every time I bring you these online pro bono learning courses, man. There's the reason why I be 5 hours, because I gotta just vent to y'all. Like for instance, Emmett Till. Did you see that the woman who killed or who got Emmett Till killed? Now, for clarification purposes, this is a story that we've been told. People say it might not have happened. Listen, this is what the documents show, that this woman got this man killed. She lied about it. She's never been held up to task for it. And now she died at 88 years old. Hold on. Let me plug this shit up here. Yeah, she died at 88 years old. Let's see where she's at. Here she is right here, right? So she died at 88 years old. And I want to know what you guys think about that. The fact that she died and nobody did anything about it. They were trying to do something about it. And then, do you remember what Whoopi Goldberg, because remember, it's not just about how white people react to these stories. And of course, we know that the red man is going to try to take up for her and they don't want her to be punished. We know that. But the hardest part is when black people put up with this shit and they make excuses. Does anybody remember what Whoopi Goldberg had to say about this? Mind you, this is very relevant because Whoopi Goldberg played the grandmother, I believe it was, of Emmett Till. There's a recent Emmett Till movie that just came out in the past 2 years, coincidentally, and it's like they knew that it's like they're trying to trigger us. Put a 7 in the chat if you can see what I'm talking about. It's almost like they're trying to trigger us because they just put out a movie and now she dies. They put out a movie around the time when we were asking for her to be held accountable, because I don't know why the other black people, maybe the older black people, the elders have been calling for her justice, but we just picked it back up. I don't know. But I know black people recently have been very vocal about giving this woman justice, and everybody's been making excuses, right? And Whoopi Goldberg played her mother, or her Emmett Till's grandmother, in a recent movie. Does anybody remember what Whoopi had to say? Does anybody remember what Whoopi had to say about Emmett Till? I just want to let it be known, just since we're talking about recent events. Mind you, we're still on the first hour, guys. Don't worry. We have some heavy shit to talk. I'm really waiting for some more people to get in the chat. I'm really waiting for some of my ladies. Where are my ladies at in the chat? I love my brothers, but I need at least 1 or 2 of my day one ladies to hold it down in here. I don't know where y'all at. I know it's not Monday, but it is Talk Your Shit Tuesday. Come on, ladies. Get your shit together. What were we talking about? Oh, Whoopi Goldberg. Does anybody remember what Whoopi Goldberg had to say about Emmett Till? Now, mind you, this is some of the most coonest shit in the world. Look at this, guys. Whoopi Goldberg thinks it's surreal. This is what Whoopi had to say when the movie came out. This is before she died. Whoopi says she thinks it's surreal that the red woman who lied on Emmett Till is still a free woman. But listen to this part. She says, I don't want her in jail, but I want her in front of a judge and jury.
Bitch, you better be joking.
Do you see that? She says she doesn't want the woman who killed or got Emmett Till killed. She doesn't want her to spend a day in jail, but she wants her in front of the judge and jury. So let me just ask you this and just cut through the bullshit. What's the point of going in front of a judge and jury if you're just going to not go to jail for what the fuck you did for somebody's murder? Why are you in front of a judge and jury if there's going to be no consequence? Oh, you just want the judge and jury to wave their finger at you and shake their head in disappointment? I guess that's all the red woman needs. You just have to wag your finger and shake your head in disappointment, and the red woman, that's all the punishment she needs, according to Whoopi Goldberg. And Whoopi Goldberg is playing the grandmother. This shows you they're purposely picking coon-ass niggas and coon-ass women to do these roles. I want her to admit what she did and what part she had. What do you mean what part she had? She was the beginning part. She was the main part. She was the part that got him lynched. And then, for me, that would be perfect. Instead of just trying to hide what she did away. So Whoopi Goldberg believes that Carolyn Bryan, she should be resting in peace, along with Jerry Springer. Now, somebody talk to me in the chat. Jerry Springer, talk to me in the chat. Listen closely, guys. Are you listening? Jerry Springer, if I'm not mistaken, somebody fact check me, but Jerry Springer and this old wretched bitch died on the same day.
Man.
Did you hear that? I said Jerry Springer and this old woman died on the exact same day.
I just love the idea of exploring the unknown. And then there's other things that we just haven't figured out or discovered yet. To think about so much that's out there that we still have to learn. Like, I love that. I love that. And so I'm very excited about the Space Council. We're going to learn so much as we increasingly, I think, are curious and interested in the potential for the discoveries and the work we can do in space. So that's one of the things I'm most excited about. But the other, you guys are going to see. You're going to literally see the craters on the moon with your own eyes. Oh my goodness. With your own eyes, I'm telling you.
Oh my God! Wow! Oh my God!
So yeah, Jerry Springer and this woman died on the same day. I think that's fucking coincidental, to say the least. But let's talk about some more current events. Because remember, it is Talking Shit Tuesday, and I have a whole lot of shit to talk. Mind you, it's the very first hour. Please go press the thumbs up button because YouTube hates me. Shout out to all my people on Patreon. If you're on my Patreon, drop 3 sevens in the chat. Or if you have ever joined my Patreon, you don't have, even if you didn't stay subscribed, even if you joined for 1 month, drop 3 sevens in the chat. Now, let me show some more current events and things that I've been seeing on the timeline, because I think this is important. Oh, by the way, let me say this one last thing. So we're all clear on what Whoopi Goldberg says, right? Are we all clear on what Whoopi Goldberg said about Emmett Till? Mind you, Emmett Till is a black man that was unrightfully killed, a black boy, forgive me. And this was actually a little boy, Solo Dolo. This was just an actual little boy. You see how our little boys, we call them black men and all this type of stuff. They shouldn't have been doing it. On a side note, I had a conversation with Tommy Sotomayor. Does anybody know who Tommy Sotomayor is? I was on his channel this had to be maybe a year ago. He was going at it with ZZ. Now, you guys might still be able to find the footage, but Tommy Sotomayor was able to get into ZZ's chat live one day I was watching, and he was causing havoc because he's an agent, right? So anyway, I went onto Tommy's channel and I called in. He was like, if you have any disagreements, call in. I called in. I had a whole conversation with Tommy Sotomayor. If you don't know who he is, it is what it is. And the only reason why I don't have this footage that I'm about to tell you is because Tommy Sotomayor, he has this thing. He uploads his videos. He does a live video, but he doesn't let any. I don't know how to explain it, but he makes the video private after. Right when the video ends, he makes it private, and he doesn't allow you to fast forward or rewind in the live stream. Like right now, you can go rewind my live stream that you're watching right now 5 minutes ago to what I was saying. Tommy doesn't allow you to do that. So I had a conversation with Tommy Sotomayor, and one of the things that I said, nigga, you sitting there in front of an American flag when America doesn't give a fuck about us. And that was what I was saying. I said, you know, America used to hang us. America used to beat us like Emmett Till because somebody said that we were whistling at them. Do you know what Tommy Sotomayor said from his mouth? When I said that black people were hung and lynched and beaten and burned for allegedly whistling at white people, Tommy Sotomayor said, well, they shouldn't have been whistling. Yes, he said that. He said people like Tommy Sotomayor said from his mouth, and I put that on whatever you want to put it on. The only reason why I don't have the footage is because the nigga hides his content right after he uploads it. But yes, if you did enough research and you probably joined his OnlyFans or whatever the fuck the nigga got going on, you'll be able to see the footage J-Lethal talking to him. His bitch ass tried to control the conversation, but again, I'm very good at debate. And you said, nigga, that Emmett Till got what he deserved because he shouldn't have been whistling. These are the type of bitch ass niggas that are in our midst. So when we're talking about Emmett Till, this is a serious conversation for me. But since we're talking about Whoopi Goldberg, and Whoopi Goldberg said that she doesn't think the white woman that got Emmett Till killed, she doesn't want her to spend the day in jail. Look at this other footage I found of Whoopi Goldberg when I was doing some research on her bitch ass. Look at this.
Hello, Louise. How you doing?
You keep your nasty little nappy-headed son away from my granddaughter. That's how.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up!
Hello, Louise. How you doing?
You keep your nasty little nappy-headed son away from my granddaughter. That's how.
Whoa! Hey! Why are you insulting my intelligence? Are you serious?
Hello, Louise. How you doing?
You keep your nasty little nappy-headed son away from my granddaughter. That's how.
That's stupid, guys. Is this camera on me?
Yes, it's on.
That's stupid. Use your common sense, but just use your common sense. Stop it. Y'all quit playing. Quit playing. Y'all killing me with this. Y'all just don't want to believe the truth. You don't want to believe it. I hope this camera keep.
Hello, Louise. How you doing?
You keep your nasty little nappy-headed son away from my granddaughter. That's how I'm doing.
That look means all 7 of the words you can't say on television. Because this is a family show, all she can say is this.
Excuse me?
Let me slow it down for you. Keep your nasty little nappy-headed son away from my granddaughter.
Okay, Louise. First of all, I don't know what you're talking about. Second of all, I suggest you watch your tone.
I suggest you watch your son.
Louise, I'm going to assume that you have not lost your mind.
All right.
There's less anger in the Middle East.
So exactly what is it that you're talking about?
Your son was in my house with my granddaughter when I wasn't home, and then went around the neighborhood and talked about her like she was some kind of tramp.
Chris?
No, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Yes, Chris. I don't know how he wormed himself into my house, but I'll tell you this. If it happens again, there's going to be a problem.
Problem is a
Fuck you, bitch. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Back the fuck up. I'll knock the fuck out you.
damn.
Pussy. Hey, tell your kid what the fuck.
So tell me this, guys. Talk to me in the chat. So Whoopi Goldberg is apologizing to the Jewish community for saying this and that about Jewish people. Whoopi Goldberg didn't even say nothing bad about Jewish people, but she apologized. Whoopi Goldberg had to apologize recently. Here's another one I didn't talk about. Whoopi Goldberg had to apologize recently because she said, "You gypped me off." Listen to this. You gypped me. You know when somebody says, "Oh, damn, I paid whatever," or they gypped me. They took money from me. They gypped me. Allegedly, this is from gypsies. If you know anything about gypsies, they're always asking for money, whatever the case. I guess the word gypped comes from gypsy. We didn't even know that. When we say somebody gypped us, that's just a conversation. But Whoopi Goldberg had to apologize recently for saying that to the gypsy community. So you apologize to the goddamn gypsy community. You apologize to the goddamn so-called Jewish community. But you don't. But when it comes to black people, look what you say.
Hello, Louise. How you doing?
You keep your nasty little nappy-headed son away from my granddaughter.
You can say it was a role. You can say whatever you want. But my question is this. Would she say, "You keep your little motherfucking Jewish child away from me"? Would she say some type of derogatory statement, even if she was playing a role? How come she's always playing a role degrading black people? And here's another question. How does Whoopi Goldberg talk about nappy-headed anything with dreadlocks in her hair? She didn't even put a wig on for that role, even though I think her dreadlocks are wig. I believe Whoopi Goldberg is bald, but that's a different conspiracy. Let's continue, guys, because I don't know if you guys are feeling me in the chat. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about. I'm starting off slow because I have some serious conversation. Matter of fact, I could pull out some serious conversation right now. I'm gonna wait till the second hour to pull it out. But let's see what else is going on. Ooh, I could pull that out. I could pull that out, but I'm not gonna pull that out yet. How about this one?
You know what I resent? I resent all the people who said black don't crack, okay, growing up, and led me to believe that because I was black that I wouldn't crack. But you know what? I did, okay? I cracked, okay? I cracked like a fault line. I cracked like Pookie from New Jack City. All
Sensational.
You cold. He cold. She belongs to the streets.
You know what I resent? I resent all the people who said black don't crack, okay, growing up, and led me to believe that because I was black that I wouldn't crack. But you know what? I did, okay? I cracked, okay? I cracked like a fault line. I cracked like Pookie from New Jack City. All that time in the sun, all those beach days, all that time not taking care of my skin, just going to sleep in my makeup, eating whatever I want. It just caught up with me. And I thought, oh, black don't crack.
Now, again, I get she was trying to be funny, but you know, there's a lot of truth in there, a lot of jokes that people say. So this woman was clearly being honest to an extent, right? And I don't want to use this moment to crap on this lady because, by the way, she used to be a member of the group 3LW, Three Little Women. If y'all don't remember that group, they had a few little hit songs or whatever, a little girl group. in the 90s or whatever, right? So this woman, and I want to talk about this because I want to talk about, yes, Kevin Samuels. And yes, at this point the word Kevin Samuels has become a whole thing, right? But I want to keep his name alive, right? So we do have to talk about, and it's not a shallow thing to admit what you know is already the truth, right? When we talk about, when Kevin in particular would talk about sexual marketplace value. Now, mind you, this is Talk Your Shit Tuesday, so we're just having a conversation. But when Kevin would have a conversation about sexual marketplace value, this is what he's talking about, guys. Talk to me in the chat. I know I haven't been reading that many comments, but I need to hear your feedback on the things that I'm saying. For instance, this woman's name, I think her name is, can somebody go find this woman's name? She was the member of 3LW. It's not Adrienne Ballon. She was on The Real. It's not the other woman. She played on Power, and she played on the Biggie movie. This is the third member of Three Little Women. I think her name is Kelly Williams. We talked about her before. Yeah, Solo. You remember we talked about her before. This is why I fuck with Solo, because he remembers all the stories. You remember we talked about her before when she said, now listen closely, guys. She was recently bragging about fucking all the members of B2K back in the day.
I was rooting for you. We were all rooting for you. How dare you? Learn something from this.
Somebody tell her she needs to learn something from this. She fucked every member, every single member of B2K.
I hate it here. I hate it here. Waking up in
His name. That was her name. She bragged about, yeah, I fucked all of the members of B2K. Now, why am I bringing this up? Because people are going to say I'm being judgmental and da-da-da-da-da-da. The point of the matter is, this is a real conversation. Did you hear what she said from her own mouth? Let's start there. Because when we talk about sexual marketplace value, I need you to understand something very clearly. Did you hear what this woman said from out her own mouth? Listen closely.
You know what I resent? I resent all the people who said black don't crack, okay, growing up, and led me to believe that because I was black that I wouldn't crack. But you know what? I did, okay? I cracked, okay? I cracked like a fault line. I cracked like Pookie from New Jack City. All that time in the sun, all those beach days, all that time not taking care of my skin, just going to sleep in my makeup, eating whatever I want. It just caught up with me. And I thought, oh, black don't crack.
So yeah, now she has the, she has the little, and I'm not talking shit, it is what it is. But yeah, now she has the little double chin going on, and the question becomes, what is your sexual marketplace value? Meaning, you want to demand these type of things from men, but what do men think of you? Right? And so this is a conversation that got Kevin famous, because what was Kevin's most popular phrase? Does anybody know what Kevin's popular phrase was? His most popular phrase that got him famous, what was it? We all know what it was. It was, yes, of course. You're typing it right now. We all know the answer is you are average at best. So he was telling the woman on the right, basically, that she's average at best. He wasn't telling the woman on the left. See, the woman on the left is about how much, okay, the woman on the left is about 125 pounds. The woman on the left is 21 years old. The woman on the left, hasn't been ran through by B2K yet. But the woman on the right, she's about 42 years old. The woman on the right, she has multiple bodies and multiple trauma. The woman on the right, she has multiple traumas, she has multiple chins.
Out of pocket for that shit. Way out of pocket. What do you gain from that?
Baggage, and this is another thing Kevin would talk about. Kevin would talk about what is out there except for more trauma. You women want to go around dating everybody and having all this experience. What is out there but more trauma for a young woman in the dating marketplace? So you went from the left to the right, and you think that men still see you the same, or we're still supposed to see you the same now. The only way we would still see you the same no matter what is if we're looking at your integrity, if we're looking at your character, if we're looking at who you are as a person. But to be honest, let's just be fair, a lot of women are so entitled today that they don't feel like they need to work on their character or their integrity. So because you're relying on your looks. So when your looks go away, what do you have? So now you have these double chins, and you got ran through by B2K, bump, bump, bump. Somebody put that in the chat. These niggas bump, bump, bump. I wanna see your sexy body go bump, bump, bump. They bump, bump, bumped your ass and threw your ass to the curb. Now you're on C-list podcasts talking about how back in the day you fucked all of B2K. You got multiple chins, all this trauma. Allegedly, you can't get along with your group mates. And I'm not judging, but what I'm saying is when a man sees you, you think he's gonna pursue you the same way he would have when you were 21, fresh-faced, and you haven't been through all that trauma. You said it yourself that you cracked. You said all these days I didn't take care of myself. So a man is supposed to just get with a woman who hasn't even been taking care of herself, getting ran through. And this is, again, another spell that men have to get over. Oh, shit. Amazing. Amazing. Solo Dola says she got fucked by the entire... Listen closely, guys. Solo Dolo, this is a good one. She got fucked by the entire B2K, so I guess you could say she got served.
That's what I do.
Very nice. Very nice. So again, if you're admitting that you don't look the same that you used to, you admit that you don't like the way you look. But if you don't have anything else to make up for that, why should a man put up with you? And again, these are just conversations because it is Talk Your Shit Tuesday. By the way, I upload this video of Sugar Ray Robinson. By the way, this is Sugar Ray Robinson. I used to fight with him on Fight Night. If you ever played Fight Night, that was a really good game. I was so good with Sugar Ray Robinson. He was a middleweight, and I used to fight Muhammad Ali and Mike Tyson and all them. They were heavyweights, and I used to beat them with Sugar Ray. And a lot of people believe, and if I'm not mistaken, I think even Muhammad Ali said that one of his inspirations was Sugar Ray Robinson. So shout out to Sugar Ray Robinson for Talk Your Shit Tuesday. And I also wanted to say, please don't run up on me. I have a lot of patience for Black people. I know that we're very emotional and stuff like that. Hell, I get loud and stuff like that, but I'm not going to run up on you ready to fight unless I'm really ready to fight. So please don't run up on me. That's just a side note. Now let's continue, guys, because I have some more conversations to bring out. This is another conversation I want to bring out. I might as well just bring it out now because it's Talk Your Shit Tuesday. Wait. Where's the actual picture? Hold on. Yeah, let's look at this picture right here, guys. Talk to me in this chat real quick. I don't know where, like I said, I need at least one or two of my ladies in the chat for me because I need to know the ladies' perspective on conversations like this. I don't know where the ladies are. I mean, I don't know. Maybe y'all are out with your boyfriends. Ladies, When it's time for Talk Your Shit Tuesday or the Monday online pro bono interactive learning course, you need to cheat on your motherfucking man and come to class. Period. I don't want no questions. Don't ask no questions. If J-Lethal is live, that might be the last time I'm ever live. And you motherfuckers are out here watching whatever you're watching, the Cooking Network. What are you watching? The Cooking Channel? National Geographic? This shit is more important. Now let's talk about it. You might say, J-Lethal, why do you think it's important to talk about what celebrities are wearing? Well, if you understood how much money goes into marketing these celebrities for a particular demographics and for the means of influence, well, that's just on you. But I know that these artists are supposed to be influencing society. So when you talk about A$AP Rocky, who recently made an appearance, this is from yesterday. I believe this came out yesterday. Yes, it came out yesterday. They're on the red carpet of the Met Gala. It's where all the celebrities get together and they dress like a bunch of fucking idiots. And they try to tell us, Jay, have you ever heard of the Met Gala? This is when you are a celebrity and you get together with a bunch of weird ass celebrities and you try to convince the normal people who don't make $1 million that what we're wearing is next level shit. And you can do shit like wear a skirt like A$AP Rocky right here. You can wear the skirt because you're with Rihanna, you're on the red carpet. Mind you, this is yesterday. And this isn't even the wildest shit he's worn or done, but I'm just showing you. This is just yesterday. Now, a funny thing about this picture right here, somebody put that in the chat, the Met Gala 2023. You can go look up the pictures. It's completely ridiculous. Every year, this is supposed to be the fashion. This is like the Oscars of fashion. So every year they have a different theme and they always dress stupid. But I wanted to show this picture because, first of all, A$AP, what are you doing, dog? This is how you chose to come? And we already talked about when he was on the cover of the other magazine looking like a bitch ass nigga with his woman leading him. Now he's looking like, I guess he's leading the I don't even know. He looks like I don't know who looks like the woman. And again, it's not to diss nobody. It's about these people. This is supposed to be high fashion. This is supposed to be the next wave of where we're going in fashion. Now, there's really three. Now, when you look at this picture, look at the people in the back. That's the funny thing I wanted to say about this picture right here. Look at the people in the back. There's only 3 ways you can respond to this. At this point, because when I saw all these dumbass pictures of the Met Gala, I just had to scroll past it. Like, for instance, look at this stupid shit. Some shit you got to just scroll past. I told you we're in the age of information, so it's a lot of shit that's going to be on your timeline that you're going to have to just scroll past that shit. This is something that I just had to scroll past. Look at this shit right here.
I think when I shake.
I mean, wait, so who made it?
Wow.
Wow. Okay, so something a little different. So, what was your inspiration for tonight? Be honest with me and go into detail.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
So, what are you excited to see in there today?
Wow.
Is it your first Met?
Wow.
I'll see you in there.
That's stupid, guys.
I didn't.
Is this camera on me?
Yes, it's on.
That's stupid. Use your.
Picture from the Met Gala. Again, this is where the celebrities go to show their high fashion, and we're supposed to look at this shit like, oh my God, we're just too poor to understand this. Now, if you don't know who this is appropriately Doja Cat, right? And we've talked about Doja Cat over and over on the channel, but I believe she's a troll, so that is what it is. But yes, and by the way, Doja Cat is a troll. I don't know, she's basically the female version of Lil Nas X. This woman right here is becoming the female version of Lil Nas X. She's just doing anything for attention. She went on the red carpet talking like a cat, and it's like, okay, I get it, or whatever. Who gives a fuck, right? But yeah, Doja Cat, she is a troll, guys. Doja Cat 100% is a troll.
I think when I shaved my head, it just gave me this like sense of self that was different from any other time in my life, and I feel younger. I almost feel like 10, 15 years younger than I've ever felt. I feel like I'm kind of just pushing myself out there and just accepting myself for who I am, no matter who can see me. It's kind of like I ripped off my shell. And I feel a lot happier now with my natural beauty after shaving my head. And I think that's kind of where it
Ooh, child.
Again, so Doja Cat is just a troll, but again, when you have people like A$AP Rocky, he's at the same event. Now he's wearing the dress. So at this point, you're going to have to realize that this is trying to influence the culture. But I wanted you guys to look at this because this is kind of funny, and it's Talk Your Shit Tuesday. We're just talking shit. Look at the background, guys. There's only 3 kind of reactions that you could have to this picture. When you see the picture of a so-called black man dressed like a woman, and this is supposed to be what we're leading. These are the leaders of our community and the leaders of fashion and stuff. There's only 3 type of reactions. There's the 3 people in the back. The first reaction is when America sees this picture, this is the face that America makes. America's going to make this face. Now look at the woman in the background. These are the people in the background. The woman on the left right there, look at that big ass smile right there. She got the hugest smile seeing A$AP Rocky dressed like a bitch. I wonder why. I wonder why this woman, that looks like a Christmas photo. This looks like a Christmas photo from the 1990s. She couldn't be happier to see A$AP Rocky dressed like a bitch. Talk to me in the chat. Mark Sanchez. So you can be like this woman. You can be happy to see A$AP Rocky dressed like a bitch. Or you can be like this dude right here. Hold on. I know I had the other picture. Damn, where's the other picture? Oh, wow. Well, there's this picture right here. He's the other dude. You're just looking at this like you don't even react to it. I wanted to show you the face of the black dude, though. Damn. Look at the black dude's face. Damn, I wish I could zoom in. Hold on. I'm going to have to upload this picture real quick. I need you guys to see this black dude's face. When the black dude saw A$AP Rocky dressed like a bitch, I need you to see his face. Hold on. Picture. Wow, where's the fucking picture? Wow. Don't know where the picture is, y'all. Trash. I don't know where the picture is. I would try to zoom in, but I don't know where the goddamn picture is. So it is what it is. But the black dude's face is really my face. But I'm trying to learn how to be like this dude right here. More and more, I'm trying to be like this dude. When I see some bullshit, I'm just going to observe it. I'm not going to get too mad. I'm not going to get too angry. I'm not going to get too outraged. I'm not going to get too shocked. I'm just going to identify the bullshit and move forward. Somebody put that in the chat. Identify the bullshit and move forward. Here's another picture I wanted to show you guys. This picture right here is is another conversation in itself, but I wanted to remind black men that we have to stay focused even when it's hard to, and we have to hold these people accountable. Like this black woman right here, you can't give into her shit, man. It's not helping the ecosystem. I'm going to read your comments right now, guys. Do you understand that feeding into this is not exactly Mark Sanchez? Damn. Do you understand that us feeding into her magic, that's not helping her, that's not helping us, that's not helping the next man, that's not helping the goddamn children, it's not helping the ecosystem. Now mind you, if you're at a strip club, it is what it is, da-da-da-da-da-da. Everybody got to make their buck how they make it. I'm talking about women like this who should be in a strip club setting, but they go out to bars or wherever the case. I heard a lot of women go to Home Depot. This is another one we got to talk about in a different conversation, guys. Brother Sly, they say a lot of women are going to Home Depot dressed like this to try to get. Now listen closely, guys. I mean, is it smart or is it manipulative? You go to Home Depot dressed like this, literally with your thong showing because you know men are there.
Out of pocket for that shit. Way out of pocket. What do you gain from that?
Now, that would be nice if you really want to gain meaningful relationships. I guess you want to be the man, but again, you're dressed like this, and then when the man tries to holler at you, it's don't be a creep. So again, we need to level the playing field. I've been saying this for many years. I'm not one that, believe me, I understand how powerful these women are with their seductive nature, but we have to hold our composure. Speaking of the background, look at old dude in the background right there. Put a 7 in the chat if you can see the bartender in the background. This is another example of somebody that I want us to strive to be like. When you see a woman come to you, like me, I work at a restaurant, right? I see some of the baddest, oh my God, beautiful fucking women, right? When I see these women come in dressed like this, I have to maintain my composure. Do you see this? Do you see this bartender in the back? He's trying to get this fucking bar so shiny. Look at this man. I've never seen someone so focused. You could damn near see the sweat dropping off of this man. Till the sweat drop off my balls, you can see the sweat dropping off of his forehead. I've never seen somebody, look how dedicated he is to getting that bar nice and shiny. You never seen a bar so shiny. So when the woman comes in and tries to distract you, again, you can get a good look. I'm not saying you can't get a good look. I'm saying, what's so hard about don't let her see you look? Make her work for you. How about that? She come in showing that ass. Yeah, I'ma look. You know that shit. But when you look at me, I'm going right back to work. As far as you're concerned, you don't even know I saw you. I saw your ass right before you walked in the building. I saw you before you walked in the building, lady. But when you look at me, I'm just Josh, the regular bartender, cleaning the fucking... Now, this is the level of discipline that I want to be on. We've talked about it before. How are you supposed to be? Now, mind you guys, how am I supposed to hold my composure? We talked about it before. Do I have to bring it back to the old school? Where are my ladies in the chat? I think my ladies are mad at me tonight. I usually have at least one lady in the chat holding us down. Like, what's up? Cuckoo, cuckoo. Do I gotta do a roll call? Like, we got Ravine? Like, do I have to summon somebody? Like, I need feminine energy in this bitch. I have a conversation we're about to have. We're about to have a serious conversation in about 30 minutes. I need some feminine energy in the chat. Where the fuck are y'all at? See, this is the type of shit that make a nigga not want to stream because I need everybody showing up. But it's cool. I appreciate y'all that are here. But again, we talked about it. How are you? What face are you supposed to make when the woman comes in dressed like this, guys. This is the face that I always tried to figure out. I wanted to show you guys a visual representation of the face that you got to make when these women come showing you their ass. This is the face, guys. This is the face. Now, I'm going to play a few more innocent receipts, but at 2 hours, I'm going in, and I don't care if the ladies are here or not. If the ladies aren't here, that means that the men are the one that need to hear this message. Put a 7 in the chat, because I might be popping my shit. If the ladies aren't here tonight, that must mean it's Talk Your Shit Tuesday for the fellas in the house, and we got to still have the conversation. Oh, yeah, because we're going to have the conversation. Somebody put it in the chat. Ebony K. Williams. Oh, yes, I'm going there. Matter of fact, I might even do it right before 2 hours because I got some shit to say. Ebony K. Williams. Somebody put that in the chat. Ebony K. Williams, huh? You better go sit down with Double Chin over here. You better go sit down with a little Double Chin. I'm going to tell you like this. But I'm going to give my ladies about 20 more minutes to get to the chat. At 2 hours, we're going in, whether they're here or not. I don't know if you niggas, if all the ladies are watching the pictures from the Met Gala. If you don't get your Doja Cat looking asses back in this chat and stop playing around with the goofy shit. Now niggas acting like it's a regular thing that I'm just going live on a Tuesday. Just because it's Talk Your Shit Tuesday, I told you don't get used to it. Now let's move forward. Matter of fact, I'm gonna play some regular little stupid ass receipts for about 10 minutes until my lady, at least one of the ladies, get in the chat. Oh, oopsies! Is this what I have to? I didn't mean to put this picture up, but it just popped up. Is this what I have to bring? Do I have to show this image to summon the ladies? Ladies, ladies, jingle, jingle, jingle. I'm calling all ladies to the chat. Jingle, jingle, ladies. I'm just playing, guys. I'm literally just joking. But seriously, ladies, come to the chat. I'm just joshing you. I'm just joshing you, guys. I love black women. I love you. But let me play some regular little receipts just to lighten the mood.
I don't give a fuck about if I got to buy more jewelry or not. If the jewelry that was stole from me do not get returned, by the time that, mind you, not once but twice, my record should be clear. I then went into a gun store trying to legally clear my record. They still don't, the government still don't want to acknowledge that they doing wrong and clear my record. So I'm going to just tell y'all this right now. Y'all might say, Pharaoh, this is a threat. This is not a threat. This is a promise.
Wow.
This is a promise. And I hope China listening. If I don't get my motherfucking shit back ASAP, by the time the summer come, I'm going to go to Harris County and just start killing as many motherfuckers as I could. I'm going to be honest. So y'all want to try to rape me in Harris County? Y'all want to try to rob me? And I still got the phone number to the nigga, whoever bitch said his name was B-Wood. So we...
I'm not laughing at young Pharaoh, by the way, but I think it's pretty crazy, Pharaoh. You have to admit, it's kind of crazy for young Pharaoh to be on the internet talking about he's going to do that. By the way, guys, I do not condone any hate speech. I do not condone any threats of violence against the United States. I do not condone any threats of violence against Harris County or Houston, Texas in particular. What the fuck is wrong with this shit? Yeah. I do not support any threats against Houston, Texas. I just want to show what young Pharaoh was up to. That's kind of crazy. Let me show a few more innocent receipts real quick. But these are funny. How about this? Jay, have you seen this, Jay? Look at this. Look at this pussy ass shit. Wait. Is this nigga, wait, hold on. Is this nigga eating crickets? Is this nigga eating cicadas? Talk to me in the chat. Wait a minute. There's too much going on. I have too many receipts. Let's move forward. It's Talking Shit Tuesday. Is this nigga eating crickets? That's suspicious and weird as fuck, my nigga. I'm gonna just be honest because we gotta move forward with the story, and I'm about to have to get serious for this next conversation. But that's suspicious and weird as fuck, my nigga. Talk to me in the chat. Are you eating crickets? What's more suspicious? Oh my God. Are you eating crickets in Mexico? See, this is why I need at least one of my ladies in the chat. I need somebody to make this make sense for me. Is this nigga eating crickets in Guatemala with a fat Mexican, and he's sprinkling crickets into this nigga's mouth? Where do they do that at? I don't even know how to respond to this because do you know how many violations do you know how many red flags are in this scenario here? You're feeding crickets to a fat Mexican in Guatemala singing a love song.
That's suspicious. That's weird.
But wait, there's more. Hang on to your seat, baby, cause this one's a screamer.
¡Ay, ay, ay! ¿Cuántas veces te he texteado? ¡Contestado! ¿Qué es lo que hice? Quítale la guitarra y ahora sí ya, vámonos. ¡Venga, venga! ¿Y ahora qué hago? ¿Y el olvido pa' cuándo? Si me haces falta. ¿La coreografía? Llegas un rato. Y ahora me cuido.
If you don't read the newspaper, you're uninformed. If you do read it, you're misinformed.
If you don't read the newspaper, you're uninformed. If you do read it, you're misinformed.
What is the long-term effect of too much information? One of the effects is the need to be first, not even to be true anymore. So what a responsibility you all have to tell the truth, not just to be first, but to tell the truth. We live in a society now where it's just first. Who cares? Get it out there. We don't care who it hurts. We don't care who we destroy. We don't care if it's true. Just say it, sell it. Anything you practice, you'll get good at, including BS.
Hold on.
Okay. But you heard me? Does that make sense? If you don't read it.
Wow. What do we think about Danielle, guys? It's Talking Shit Tuesday. What do we think about Danielle? Let me read some comments. Yeah, literally bugged out. Jay says, so wait, let me get this straight. Danielle is literally putting crickets in another nigga's mouth? Yes. Yes, Jay, you got that exactly right. Danielle is in Guatemala putting bugs in another nigga's mouth with his shirt off, drinking tequila, looking intimately. And I'm just going to go ahead and say the elephant in the room because I haven't read all the comments. But that was very okay, let me play this first video one more time, and I'm gonna ask you guys what's one word that you would say to this video. If you had one word to describe this video, what would it be? I'm not gonna say it, I'm gonna read the comments. What would be one word to describe this? Nah, did you see that? Oh boy looked at him. Oh boy looked at him a little too weird. Oh boy, right after he poured that shit in his mouth, that's the fat Mexican dude with the Edgar haircut. Talk to me in the chat. Somebody put that in there. The fat Mexican dude with the Edgar haircut. He looked a little too strange when after he got that champagne poured in his mouth. He got the champagne. First of all, another man is not pouring champagne in my motherfucking mouth. What are we talking about here, guys? Talk to me in the chat. What are we talking about? You let a nigga pour champagne down your throat? First of all, let's get straight to brass tacks. You let another nigga put crickets in your motherfucking mouth? This must be the Large Hadron Collider. This is the work of the Large Hadron Collider. Ain't no way you gonna pour a nigga like me. Talk to me in the chat. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, let's just be honest, Brother Sly. What would it take? I know you drink moonshine, so I don't know. I know moonshine is pretty strong, Brother Sly. So, I mean, I don't know. And, you know, I fuck with you, Brother Sly. I'm just, it's a simple question. How many moonshines would it take for you to pour that moonshine down another nigga's throat with his shirt off, singing with a guitar in the background? No bitches. I think somebody put this in the comments like, where the bitches at? Hold on. Somebody said, where the bitches at? Hold on. Yeah, Bob. Thank you, Bob. Bob came through with the clutch question that everybody had to know. Where are the bitches? But more importantly, this is a question for Brother Sly. Brother Sly, how many moonshines would it take for you to pour moonshine down another nigga's throat and feed him crickets with his shirt off with a guitar acoustic in the back and no bitches?
Okay.
A nigga like me, I never do that.
A nigga like you.
I'm not one of those niggas.
I already know. I'm just saying. I mean, shit's getting a little crazy, man. You know, it's just Talking Shit Tuesday, guys. Hold on. Damn, that's bright in the motherfucker. Wow. It's Talking Shit Tuesday, guys, and it looks like it's the fellas' night out tonight. I don't think we've ever had a night where it was just the fellas in the chat. I don't see any ladies in the chat, so without further ado, I want to bring a subject to you guys, and I know we've been popping our shit tonight. I'm trying to see if I have any more you know what? This is fellas night. Cause look at this. This is a perfect example. I'm about to fuck the bullshit. It's Talking Shit Tuesday. I'm not playing with y'all niggas no more. Niggas be playing with my top thinking that I'm not the receipt king. I'm actually the receipt king. Can somebody please put that in the chat if you believe that to be true? I'm not asking you to confirm my delusions. If you believe I'm the receipt king, meaning I'm not just a nigga that talks on the internet. I'm not just a nigga that just screams at the top of my lungs with nothing to back it up. I'm the nigga that brings receipts for you to look at while I'm talking at it. If you believe that I am the receipt king on this internet that brings the most consistent and new and a variety of receipts while I'm talking about it, please put receipt king in the chat. Because now we're going to have the conversation. And mind you, I have a job too, so I can't even be deep into these topics like I want to be, but I'm still bringing you these shows to the best of my ability, and they're still going to be legendary. And for the matter of fact, let's just fuck all the bullshit. Fair use allows citizens such as myself to reproduce, distribute, or exhibit portions of copyrighted motion pictures, videotapes, or video discs under certain circumstances without the authorization of the copyright holder. Now, this is called fair use, which is allowed for purposes of criticism, news reporting, teaching, and or parody. And it does not infringe under copyright 17 USC 107. Without further ado, let's talk about it. It's Talking Shit Tuesday.
That's what's wrong with this generation today. These young boys today, what do she bring to the table? The hell you mean, man? What do your ass bring to the table? You got a woman that can come to the table that can make another you. What else she need to slide up to the table with? What about your job? What happened to men who were supposed to be responsible? Do you know that it's our job to take care of a woman and some children, to have a family? That's our damn job.
But what happens to when the woman tell you, I don't need a man, Steve?
Well, they need to, what? Okay, if you don't, how that's working? You know, how that's working? Who don't need no man?
I'm independent. I can do for myself.
Yeah, but why do you want to? Yeah, okay, you can drop a transmission. You can sandblast your house. But hell, do you want to?
No.
If somebody could get out there and drop this transmission for you and sandblast your house, why don't you go get your nails done? I'm not trying to reduce a woman to nothing else. Be all you can be. But damn, who don't need a man? That's a lie. What man don't need a woman? I tell you what. Try to live without them. Try to live your life without women. This ain't about la-da-da, man. This is some bullshit without women. If it wasn't for women, what would you? Aristotle Onassis said it best. He said, if women did not exist, all the money in the world would have no meaning. Dog, women is everything. They the catch me out. They the lick, man. But these young boys done forgot it because these women out here, they've had to be independent because they ain't got the right man.
Okay.
But this system of marriage is still good.
Okay.
This system of a man taking care of a woman, that's really how it's supposed to be. All the rest of it's bullshit, man. And y'all need to quit tricking yourself with this new way of thinking. Because there's no way of thinking. That's what's wrong with this generation today. These young boys today, what do she bring to the table? The hell you mean, man? What do your ass bring to the table? What else she need to slide up to the table with? What about your job? What happened to men who were supposed to be responsible? Do you know that it's our job to take care of a woman and some children, to have a family? That's our damn job.
A few moments later.
I'm reason you lost everything twice.
Yeah.
In 2005, you had $1,700 left. This was after Kings of Comedy.
Yeah.
You got $1,700 after you made, what, like $30 million on that tour. What the hell happened to the money?
Yeah. It's called a divorce.
So that is the introduction to my conversation right now. We were talking about Steve Harvey. Now, we're not going to go into the Steve Harvey bag. Steve Harvey is a bitch ass nigga, and there's multiple receipts why. Now, what we're going to talk about is that tired old conversation. Now, again, notice I'm tackling the common narratives in our community. These are the accepted narratives. The things that I'm talking about have not been spoken about on a mass. The things that I'm talking about have not been accepted by our community. But people like Steve Harvey in that tired old conversation have been constantly accepted. Listen to what Steve Harvey said. Don't ask a woman what she brings to the table. And then listen to what he says. The woman can make another you. The woman can have another child. So that goes into the mother goddess. The woman is the bringer of life. She's the portal of life. The yoni worship. She can, so don't ask this woman, somebody put that in the chat, don't ask no questions. You don't ask the woman what she can bring to this relationship, because her vagina gives her authority over everything. She has a vagina and she can bring you a child. So don't ask no questions. Mind you, like somebody said in the chat, Steve Harvey, and I'm not dissing him because maybe the woman filed for divorce. What up, Bryce? Jay says, I'm not taking no advice from a nigga that got divorced 3 times with a trophy wife. Again, I don't know, maybe 3 bitches divorced him, because remember, 7 out of 10 relationships are ended by the woman when it comes to marriage. But I digress. If Steve was left, or whether he left these women, I'm not judging him on the fact that he lost 3 relationships. Hell, I get it, it doesn't last. But my point of the matter is this. You're talking about she doesn't need to bring nothing to the table. And then when you look at the footage right after that I played, he said, yeah, and I lost millions of dollars in my divorce. So it's my responsibility. You see how it goes back to that, oh, if you're a man, you're going to accept me in my motherfucking double chin. Talk to me in the chat. Steve Harvey, listen to this. This is a hot take right here, guys. Steve Harvey is the one that facilitates this type of shit right here. Do you understand that? Steve Harvey got this woman thinking we need to accept her double chin and her attitude and the fact that she got ran through by multiple niggas at the same time. Why the fuck would I come out with you on my arm with your double chin? You got ran through. You got a bad attitude. You don't want to listen. You don't bring nothing to the table, but you could bring me some kids. But you could also divorce me like Steve Harvey's wife and take all my money. So let's get back to Steve Harvey, because now it's 2 hours and I told you if the ladies aren't in the chat at 2 hours, I was going to bring you the real shit. So here's the real shit, guys. Let's get to this because I have a reaction. I got to do a little quick reaction to this too. So I need to bring this information out. Remember what Steve Harvey said. These women don't have to bring nothing to the table. They have everything. And the other dude tried to push back. Did you see that? Did you see Shannon Sharp? He tried to push back. He said, well, what about these ladies who feel like they can do it without us? Now, gentlemen, this is a conversation for us. We're going to have to figure out something. I'm not saying I have all the answers. I'm simply pointing out what I see. Okay? Now, gentlemen, since there's no ladies here, we can really pop our shit. What are we going to do about this? And when I say this, I mean this.
I know that you've said that you cannot teach a man or tell a man how to be a man. So I will not ask you to indict men in this question. But I do want you to speak, Ayanla, to how women need to, position ourselves so that we can be in our divinity, so we can have our crowns right, how we can create and not build, when some of us, quite frankly, feel that the men that are available to us, and I'm talking about across the color spectrum, across the age spectrum, trust me, I've done them all, they are not positioned to protect nor provide because of some of the statistics we just talked about. They're not earning the incomes. They're not having the resources, and some of them are not even showing up in the leadership.
Would you date a bus driver? Would you date
if he owns the bus? If he owns it. If he owns the bus.
See, that's a problem. That's a problem. That's a problem. Okay. Because the standards and...
one day I feel like I'm going to have to look in the mirror and like take accountability for my actions and realize that I am the toxic one. Maybe I am the problem. But not today, bitch, because it's never me. It is always the man, ladies. Remember that. We are never wrong.
I know that you've said that you cannot teach a man or tell a man how to be a man. So I will not ask you to indict men in this question. But I do want you to speak, Ayanla, to how women need to, position ourselves so that we can be in our divinity, so we can have our crowns right, how we can create and not build, when some of us, quite frankly, feel that the men that are available to us, and I'm talking about across the color spectrum, across the age spectrum, trust me, I've done them all, they are not positioned to protect nor provide because of some of the statistics we just talked about. They're not earning the incomes. They're not having the resources, and some of them are not even showing up in the leadership.
Would you date a bus driver? Would you date
if he owns the bus? If he owns it. If he owns the bus.
See, that's a problem. That's a problem. That's a problem. Okay. Because the standards and requisites, and I'm not talking about him laying on his sofa playing video games all day. I'm not talking about that. But the standards and the criteria that we use to measure men is off for who we are as women and who they are in this society. I would date a bus driver if he loved driving the bus, if he was a man of integrity, if he was good to his mama, if he treated me well, I would date a.
Now, talk to me in the chat. This is the conversation that we're going to be having tonight, y'all. And I wanted some of my ladies to be in the chat because, of course, this is a conversation for men and women. And also because I don't know who the fuck this woman is. This woman, her name is Ebony K. Williams. Can somebody put that in the chat? Ebony K. Williams. I had to do a small amount of research. I found out she's on one of these stupid-ass reality shows, Real Housewives of New York. Who gives a fuck? Bitch, you're a housewife. Shut the fuck up and go make my grilled cheese sandwich. The Real Housewives of New York. This is when I knew America had no idea what the fuck that they're doing. When you make people famous that are housewives. The bitch is a housewife. Shut the fuck up. Clean the shitty diaper. Make my grilled cheese with the nice crust. And suck this dick. And since there's no women in the chat tonight, we can talk like this. So what I'm saying is this woman's name is Ebony K. Williams. I love you, Solo. I love everybody in the chat, but Solo, I don't know, man. That's like my long-lost twin or something. I don't know who the fuck. So I never seen Solo Dolo a day in my life. That's also not fair, Solo. You know what I look like. You can pass me in the street, Solo Dolo, and I have no idea what you look like, but you'll know that I'm me. You have an unfair advantage, Solo. Maybe Solo Dolo is the ultimate agent sent to destroy me. Wouldn't that be crazy? Solo Dolo, I never thought about that. Are you an agent, bro? Wait a minute. Wait, whoa, 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 whoa.
Out of pocket for that shit. Way out of pocket. What do you gain from that?
Gain from follow me for 5 years every single time and be an agent. What did they offer you, Solo? Because I do a lot of live streams. So I know it can't be the money. You really gotta hate me if you're an agent, but I don't think you're an agent. But anyway, you're pretty funny either way. He said Ebony KKK Williams. This is the woman who now, mind you, does anybody remember this woman? You're gonna remember her later. I played a video of her earlier at a different stream, and I didn't even know who this was. I had to find out who this was. But first of all, let's play this video one more time because I got to get straight into it. And I want you to understand why this is a problem. Ladies, if you're watching this later, Cha-Cha, I know Cha-Cha watches the stream later. Cha-Cha, this is why this is a problem. We talked about Steve Harvey and his enabling simping, but look at this, because this is really bad. This is really, really bad, actually. Hold on.
I know that you've said that you cannot teach a man or tell a man how to be a man. So I will not ask you to indict men in this question. But I do want you to speak, Ayanla, to how women need to, position ourselves so that we can be in our divinity, so we can have our crowns right, how we can create and not build, when some of us, quite frankly, feel that the men that are available to us, and I'm talking about across the color spectrum, across the age spectrum, trust me, I've done them all, they are not positioned to protect nor provide because of some of the statistics we just talked about. They're not earning the incomes. They're not having the resources, and some of them are not even showing up in the leadership.
Would you date a bus driver? Would you date
if he owns the bus? If he owns it. If he owns the bus.
See, that's a problem. That's a problem. That's a problem. Okay. Because the standards and requisites, and I'm not talking about him laying on his sofa playing video games all day. I'm not talking about that. But the standards and the criteria that we use to measure men is off for who we are as women and who they are in this society. I would date a bus driver if he loved driving the bus, if he was a man of integrity, if he was good to his mama, if he treated me well, I would date a.
Now this is going a conversation that's going on social media, this recent clip. Now, I wanted to watch the whole video. I searched over and over, and you know I'm the receipt king. I searched over and over. I cannot find this full video. I don't know why I can't find a full video, but if you guys can find the full video of Ebony K. Williams talking to Iyanla Transvant, please put that link in the comments on any of my videos. Now, put a 7 in the chat if I can just cook real quick and you're not going to leave, because I'll be feeling like I have to keep your attention and I've got to play some crazy video to keep your attention so you don't leave. But sometimes I just want to go on a stream of consciousness. Put a 7 in the chat if I can go on a stream of consciousness and you're not going to leave, because as brothers, we need to listen to this. Now, Ebony K. Williams, she says that she cannot be with a man unless he owns the bus. He cannot be a bus driver, right? Now, this is the woman here, and my brother Sly said something very, very, very important, because I noticed this too when I was uploading her videos, and I have a few videos I want to show you. This woman here, her name is Ebony K. Williams, and look at what Brother Sly says. He says, look at her countenance. You can tell she's haughty. Now, if you don't know what these words are, go look it up. But yes, I purposely showed you this picture right here to show, yes, you can look at this face. This is the face she made right after she said, yeah, I'll date a man who drives a bus if he owns the bus. That's the face she made right there. So I need you guys to see what we're dealing with. Now, I had to do some research on this woman because this clip was just sticking in my head. At first, I was going to play just this clip and show how crazy this woman looks. And I wanted to also show respect to Iyanla, because Iyanla put her in her place. She said, what about how the man treats you? How about how he treats his mother? What if he loves his job? What if he's dedicated to his job? And then she's over here making this face. In other words, she doesn't give a fuck how he treats his mother, how he treats the rest of society, how he treats his job, how he cares about his job. She doesn't give a fuck what type of man he is. If he doesn't own the fucking bus, she doesn't want to be with him. Can somebody put that in the chat? If she doesn't own the bus, right? She doesn't want to be with him. Okay, now let me show you. Before I even continue, let's just get straight to the meat and potatoes right here. This is the salary of a bus driver in Houston, Texas. Mind you, every place has a different amount of pay that they have. New York is going to be more. Mississippi might be less. This is in Texas where I live. So if this woman lives in Texas, the average bus driver makes $43,980. Now, maybe somebody could tell me what's the average income of a person in America, but it's about $40,000, if not less, $1,000. You're definitely $50,000, $60,000 is not the average. So you're making either a little bit more than average or whatever the case. You're making about $45,000 a year, let's just say, as a bus driver. Of course, you're not Jay-Z. This is not Jay-Z money. But you're making $45,000 a year. And just like Iyanla said, there's other factors. Do you love your family? Do you love your job? Do you have respect in your community? Are you going to protect me? Are you going to cherish me? Are you going to teach me? But this woman doesn't give a fuck about anything but the salary. So I wanted to talk about the salary right off top. Somebody put that in the chat. The average bus driver makes about $45,000 a year. Okay. Now, I want to show you some more videos from this woman, Ebony K. Williams. Who is Ebony K. Williams? I had to figure this woman out. Look at this.
Ebony, I have to ask you before we let you go too. We followed your dating life a little bit on the show.
Oh, sorry about that. Go ahead.
Are you dating? What, update us as a fan? I want to know what's going on.
So I have, gosh. Okay. So my biggest personal life update is that I am actually pursuing a single motherhood journey. I don't want to jinx myself with sharing too many details, but I'm deep into my process. I have embryos and I'm looking to transfer later this year. So
This is a sick Negro.
Ebony, I have to ask you before we let you go too. We followed your dating life a little bit on the show.
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Are you dating? What update us? As a fan, I want to know what's going on.
So I have, gosh. Okay, so my biggest personal life update is that I am actually pursuing a single motherhood journey. I don't want to jinx myself with sharing too many details, but I'm deep into my process. I have embryos and I'm looking to transfer later this year. So I'm in it for real. Hopefully, God willing, baby coming soon.
Listen to what she says, y'all. She says, God willing, I can be a willing single mother. Now listen closely to what she says, guys. Listen closely, because this is, you're gonna say that I'm giving gossip. This is not gossip. This is about our culture. Listen to this educated fraternity, sorority woman, journalist, and all these fucking accolades. Listen to what she says. I am embarking on a willing single mother journey. Listen to her. I am going to be a willing single mother. This is the conversation that I believe makes me revolutionary. This conversation is not being had on a grand scale, guys.
That's the strongest type of woman you will ever find on this planet, is a single mother.
Goodness.
That's the strongest woman you will ever find on this planet. Are you kidding me?
Well, you understand that our women are not to be strong. They're supposed to be nurturing and soft.
Well, guess what? We got no choice. We have to be strong.
Were you forced to be a single mom?
No, absolutely not. No, I wasn't. I chose to be a single mother.
So you did have a choice.
I chose to be a single
Okay,
mother.
so when you say I had no choice, you actually did have a choice because you chose that life, right?
Okay, so I will be married, have my family, but be unhappy as
Okay, you picked that man. You chose him. You chose him, right?
Ebony, I have to ask you before we let you go too. We followed your dating life a little bit on the show.
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Are you dating? What update us? As a fan, I want to know what's going on.
So I have, gosh. Okay, so my biggest personal life update is that I am actually pursuing a single motherhood journey. I don't want to jinx myself with sharing too many details, but I'm deep into my process. I have embryos and I'm looking to transfer later this year. So I'm in it for real. Hopefully, God willing, baby coming soon.
Now, before I play any more videos, I want you guys to read what she just said. Just Mystic Mars, what up, my nigga? Mystic Mars, you always been a real one. Remind me to make you a moderator, Mystic Mars. I felt the Holy Ghost. I'm going to give you a moderator for my nigga Mystic Mars. But Mystic Mars, if I make you a moderator, you got to promise to look out for my shit. Like, you can't just be coming in every now and then. You gotta stay. If you don't want to be a moderator, that's cool. But you gotta stay if you're gonna be a moderator, okay? Now let me read what this woman just said, because I don't think you guys heard it. She said it real quick, and I'm gonna play some more videos, but I want you guys to hear this. I want you to really read this so that you understand the depth of what's happening in our community, Mark Sanchez. Ebony K. Williams, the same woman who just said she's not going to date a bus driver unless he owns the whole bus system. Bitch, what? Bitch, are you kidding me? What man owns an entire bus system, ho? I'm out here in Houston, Texas. We have the Metro. What the fuck are you talking about? We have the Metro bus. That's it. You have the Metro bus. You got the yellow school bus. That's the only buses going around this bitch. Fuck is you talking about? I gotta own what? A tour bus? I gotta take old people to Nevada? Bitch, I said I'm a goddamn bus driver. I make $45,000 a year. Like, what else do you... Somebody put that in the chat. What more do you want from me? But she says she can't be with you unless you're a bus driver. Now let's continue. So Ebony K. Williams discusses pursuing. Listen to this, guys. This is the most ridiculous concoction of words that I can ever imagine. Listen to this. These words shouldn't even go together, Bryce Hall. Bryce, these words should never go together. Pursuing single motherhood. Those two words, that's like it was very sunny last night. How the fuck was it sunny in the middle of the night? It's not going to be sunny and it cannot be sunny in the middle of the night. Therefore, it's pursuing. How the fuck would you pursue a single motherhood? And listen, they always got to make it on some red table talk shit. You see how these people do? Hold on, y'all. Let me make sure. Hold on, let me make sure I'm good, y'all. Let me go look outside. Hold on. Runaway Slave Gang. Somebody put that in the chat. Runaway Slave Gang. Okay, guys, everything's good. Now, let me ask you guys this. Again, this is some red table talk shit. And I'm glad to say, can somebody put that in the chat? The red table talk got canceled. Somebody put that in the chat. The red table talk got canceled. And of course, they're going to find another outlet to spew their bullshit. But I just wanted to tell you, this is some red table talk shit. I'm pursuing a single motherhood journey. Now, this is the woman who couldn't date a bus driver. Now, let's listen to the woman. Now, remember, she says she doesn't even want the man unless he owns the bus system. Now, let's listen to what she has to say. The Real Housewives of New York alumni opened up about looking to transfer her embryos last year as she embarks on becoming a single mom.
What?
Now, it gets even deeper than this. Listen to this, guys. It says, The Real Housewives of New York, the reality stars opened up in an interview with Access Hollywood, posted Thursday that, quote unquote, my biggest life update is that I'm actually pursuing a single motherhood journey.
You're a stupid dumbass. Dumbass.
Do you know what it means to pursue? You're pursuing single motherhood? Oh. Okay. Remember, guys, they're telling on themselves. Gentlemen in the chat, they're telling on themselves. They're pursuing a single motherhood journey. I don't want to jinx myself sharing too many details, but I'm deep into the process. I have embryos I'm looking to transfer this year. I believe in timing. I believe in the timing of life and love and all of it. She said, I was texting with a good girlfriend this morning. Listen, I'm totally open for it. I'm not going to force it and I'm not going to fight it. Now listen to this. This is the same woman that says she can't date a bus driver who makes an average salary or a slightly above average unless he owns the thing. She says, ultimately, the author and TV host wants one thing: love.
Let's see something. Now you see now, you done fucked up in that, don't you? I think I thought that's so. You understand? You done fucked up now. You know that, don't you?
Can y'all hear me in the chat? Can y'all hear me in the chat? Ultimately, this woman says she wants one thing, love. But wait, when she was talking to Ayala, that wasn't on her list. She said you have to own a fucking bus. I just want love. So I would love my baby. I would love to love a man. I would love him to love me back. But where I'm no longer stuck is like, okay, we get married in 18 months, Williams explained. It's just that I've kind of released pressure and I do feel a lot more comfortable now. I feel less stressed and less pressed, right? Now listen to this part. So I'm in it for real. Hopefully, God willing, somebody put that in the chat. God willing, I have a baby coming soon that I'm going to pursue a single motherhood lifestyle with. Now, we can go down the list talking about the overwhelming statistics when it comes down to single motherhood-led households. 90% of all homeless runaway children are from fatherless homes. 85% of all youth sitting in prison today are from fatherless homes. 65% of the youth suicides are from fatherless homes. We can go down that list, but I want to talk more about this woman, Ebony K. Williams, because I think and I don't want to pick on her, but I think this woman here represents a large demographic of Black America that is not being spoken about. Now, can somebody please go do some research on Ebony K. Williams? What is her titles? What does Google call her? I'm sure Google is going to call her a lawyer, a judge, or educated. Somebody put it in the chat. I'm pretty sure this woman has an education. I'm pretty sure she has an education. Can somebody let me know what are some of the titles or some of the degrees or some of the accolades that this woman, Ebony K, and I'm not trying to take nothing away from her. I just noticed something when she was having this conversation. She doesn't date bus drivers. You got to own the bus, but she's telling People magazine that I just want love and God willing I can have this child and da 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 da. Okay. So let's get back to Ebony K. Williams because I have like 2 more videos. I want to do this little response video. First of all, look at this one. Look at this one. Look. This is the same woman, Ebony K. Williams.
Real Housewives of New York City's Ebony K. Williams knows exactly what she wants in a man, and she's on a hunt to find the right one. During a recent interview with Page Six, the reality star described herself as a hopeful little girl looking for love, sharing the news that she's now working with a matchmaker on her relationship journey. The 37-year-old gave a detailed list of what she expects of the next man in her life, including someone who is extremely comfortable in his own skin, really secure with his own identity, and positioning in the world and in life.
Sensational.
First of all, Solo, listen to what she said. She's just a little girl. She's just a little girl. Did you hear that? Damn, this is bright as fuck. She's just a small little girl. She's just a little girl in a big city looking for love. That doesn't sound like the same woman who... What happened to the sisterhood with Iyanla? You see how the sisterhood starts falling apart the moment that the sisterhood starts speaking some truth? The sisterhood, they were supposed to, yes, girl, woo child, no matter what. But Iyanla came in this bitch, she said, listen to Iyanla.
I know that you've said that you cannot teach a man or tell a man how to be a man. So I will not ask you to indict men in this question. But I do want you to speak, Iyanla, to how women need to, position ourselves so that we can be in our divinity, so we can have our crowns right, how we can create and not build when some of us, quite frankly, feel that the men that are available to us, and I'm talking about across the color spectrum, across the age spectrum, trust me, I've done them all, they are not positioned to protect nor provide because of some of the statistics we just talked about. They're not earning the incomes. They're not having the resources, and some of them are not even showing up in the leadership.
Would you date a bus driver? Would you date
if he owns the bus? If he owns it. If he owns the bus.
See, that's a problem. That's a problem. That's a problem. Okay. Because the standards and requisites, and I'm not talking about him laying on his sofa playing video games all day. I'm not talking about that. But the standards and the criteria that we use to measure men is off for who we are as women and who they are in this society. I would date a bus driver if he loved driving the bus, if he was a man of integrity, if he was good to his mama, if he treated me well, I would date a.
So remember, this is the same woman who says she's doing all this for love. She can't wait to find love. But when Iyanla was talking to her about love, she looked like she had no idea what love. Somebody put that in the chat. What's love got to do? Got to do with it. Remember, this is another conversation. What year did that song come out? Because that's another. Remember, this is just Talking Shit Tuesday, but that was just the next level of Aretha Franklin's Respect. We talked about 1968 when Aretha Franklin came out with the song R-E-S-P-E-C-T. She was disrespecting the black man. She was saying that she has money, so the black man better respect her. And the next one, I'm willing to bet, the song Tina Turner, What's Love Got to Do with It, that came later. Love has nothing to do with single motherhood. Okay, well, let's get back to the conversation because I don't think you guys feel me yet. Remember, I've been trying to take it easy lately, but I don't think you guys feel me yet. Listen to her one more time.
Ebony, I have to ask you before we let you go too. We followed your dating life a little bit on the show.
Oh, sorry about that. Go ahead.
Are you dating? What, update us? As a fan, I want to know what's going on.
So I have, Okay, so my biggest personal life update is that I am actually pursuing a single motherhood journey. I don't want to jinx myself with sharing too many details, but I'm deep into my process. I have embryos and I'm looking to transfer later this year. So I'm in it for real. Hopefully, God willing, baby coming soon.
She says, hopefully, God willing, the baby's coming soon. Hopefully, God willing, the baby's coming soon. No man, I'm going to purposely go to be a single mother. Let's continue.
You also recently announced something really exciting, that you are going to start the fertility process and pursue single motherhood. Now, I feel like you've spoken about this before, so I know it's something you wanted to do.
I have to credit all of you ladies at this table because one of the first times I was on as a guest host, remember, Sunny, one of the hot topics we talked about was the anonymous nature of sperm donors. And so I got an education on that right here live on TV with Hot Topics at The View. Turns out I now have a known donor. I went through California Cryobank. Fantastic experience. And at 18, my future child, God willing, will be able to know the name, identity, and last known location of their father.
Wow.
Because you reunited with your dad.
Correct. I was able to track him down through Ancestry.com.
Yeah.
Well, and
Does that person want to be found?
Yes.
They do.
That's part of what I paid extra for.
Yeah.
Literally.
It's important.
Quite literally.
Okay, now listen to this, y'all. I gotta show you this next video right here. Now, this next video is the same woman, but I need to show you this video because this is Ebony K. Williams. Let me try to find you the good picture of her. Ebony K. Williams is the woman that we're talking about. And we're not trying to pick on this woman, but we are trying to show what the problem is. Now, this woman says she's not going to date a bus driver, but she says she's also looking for the man to be secure in himself. You want a black man that's going to be secure in himself, but you're basing his worth off of how much money he makes. Now, I knew I saw this woman somewhere else. And I remembered where I saw this woman at. I showed a clip of this woman before on the channel. And I want to show you the rest of the video right now that I found. Now, maybe some of you guys might remember this clip. If not, it's okay. We're going to watch it together for the first time. And I'm going to break it down why this is problematic. Can somebody put that in the chat? I'm about to break down exactly why this video is problematic, okay? Now, if you guys can hear me, put a 7 in the chat. I'm going to play this video, and I'm actually going to try to put a speaker on so you guys can hear me. I'm going to put this speaker on so you guys can try to hear this shit. Hold on. Now, I'm sorry I want to play this video. I'm sorry I don't have the better setup right now. It is what it is. But I wanna play this video. I want y'all to hear this real quick. How do I put the Bluetooth on? Hold on. Let me put this Bluetooth on so y'all can hear this shit. Bluetooth. Bluetooth on. Add a Bluetooth device. Bluetooth. I just want y'all to hear this. I'm sorry, y'all. And I'm kind of high right now, so I don't know why the fuck. Where's my Bluetooth device? Oh, hold on. Let me. Sorry, guys. Technical difficulties. All right. All right. Can y'all hear me? We're about to watch this video from Ebony K. Williams now. Federal law allows citizens such as myself to reproduce, distribute, or exhibit portions of copyrighted motion pictures, videotapes, or video discs under certain circumstances without the authorization of the copyright holder. This is called fair use and is allowed for purposes of criticism, news reporting, and/or teaching, and/or parody, which does not infringe on U.S. Copyright 17 U.S.C. 107. This is from the Breakfast Club. I played a video from her earlier and how ridiculous she sounded, and I just remembered this is the same woman. Now, just for context, if you're new to the chat, this is the woman that says she would not date a bus driver unless he owned the bus. She's talking to another black woman on a fucking platform that has possibly millions of people watching. And she wants to push the narrative that the only way you should deal with a black man is if he owns the bus system. You can't be with a regular black man that makes $45,000, $50,000 a year. You have to own the bus system. Now let's continue. Hold on.
I guess a donor. Yes. And so tell us this person that you were looking for. Our guest host Ebony K. Williams is here. So you were talking about this journey, black sperm, freezing your eggs and looking for, I guess, a donor. Yes. And so tell us this.
By the way, guys, if you can hear this, please put a 7 in the chat. If you can hear this at least clear enough. I know it's kind of bootleg, but if you can hear this, put a 7 in the chat.
That you were looking for.
So it was important for me to have Black Sperm Matters, first of all.
Black Sperm Matters.
That's we got to start with that premise.
Now listen to what she says. Black sperm matters. This goofy ass woman And I want you to notice when they put the camera on her, she's wearing a AKA sweater, which is one of those sororities, the Divine Nine. We talked about that before. These fraternities, these HBCUs. She's part of an HBCU. She has all this education. The only person who has more education, somebody put that in the chat. These women, you let these women tell it. They're trying to be like white Oprah Winfrey. All these women talking about their goddamn education. They're just all trying to be white Oprah Winfrey. We've talked about Oprah Winfrey's titties, but we never talked about white Oprah Winfrey, which is what Oprah Winfrey wants to be. Oprah Winfrey wants to be white. So all of her followers want to be white. And guess what? The only person more educated than Ebony K. Williams is white Oprah Winfrey. Now let's get back to it. Listen to what she says. Black sperm matters. Somebody put that in the chat. Black sperm matters.
Williams is here. So you were talking about this journey. Black sperm. Freezing your eggs and looking for, I guess, a donor.
Yes.
And so tell us this person that you were looking for.
So it was important for me to have black sperm matters, first of all.
Black sperm matters.
That's we got to start with that premise.
Okay.
Black sperm absolutely matters. And I wanted a black donor because I am a black woman who feels confident enough. This is already scary. Let me just start with that, because I know a lot of people probably think a lot of things, like who would intentionally bring a child into the world with only one parent, especially this world we live in. If I didn't think I had the basic resources, y'all, to give this child love, support, fiscal education, and then build community, you know, because black men and men in general will be an important part of this journey, but I'm gonna try to outsource it. So I wanted a black sperm donor because I am a black woman. I know a lived black experience. I didn't want to run the risk of a non-black donor.
Again, look at the sweater, guys. Do you see the sweater right here? 7 in the chat if you've seen this sweater. And you know what I'm talking about when I say the Divine Nine. This is supposed to be a woman who has an education. She's part of a sorority. So she came up there in her Divine Nine sweater. She's talking about she's going to be a willing single mother because she has the money to do so. She's educated and has enough money to be a willing single mother. So now she's telling us about her journey to get a sperm donor. Let's continue.
I'm going to try to outsource it. So I wanted a black sperm donor because I am a black woman. I know a lived black experience. I didn't want to run the risk of a non-black donor and then have a Meghan Markle situation, basically, where a kid that I can't relate to their experience. So I wanted him to be black. That already took me literally down to on a site of 300 active donors at a time. I was down to 3.
Wow.
Just down to 3. Yeah. And then you asked about height. I did want to go, I think they've got 5 feet to 5'5", 5'6" to 6'1", and then like 6.
Now I just want to just walk you through this because I don't want you guys to get lost. So this woman is talking about the process of going to get a sperm donor and how she paid money to choose which sperm she's getting. So now she's talking about how tall the sperm donor was. She wanted to get, you can pay money. She said you can pay money based on how tall the nigga is. So I guess, forgive me. I guess if you got a midget in that bitch jacking off into a cup, and we're going to talk about that in the chat. Black men, Bob, they're telling black men that we got to jack off into a cup. We're going to talk about that. But this woman, she says if you're a midget and you jack off into a cup, you're going to get $50. Somebody put that in the chat. You remember that movie Scarface? He was in the when Scarface was a dishwasher. He went outside. He met this dude who was supposed to be giving him a little opportunity to make some money, but he didn't really like the dude. He was like, or what? You don't think we could have got some other a space cadet or Wacavenga? Cheaper, dude, $50. And then what did Scarface say? Then why didn't you, man? And don't be calling me no fucking dishwasher, man, because I'll kick your fucking ass all over this fucking parking lot. Remember, he's like, oh, we got some cocaine coming in tomorrow, the buyers. All you gotta do is pick it up and go. If you do it, $5,000. Oh, but Chico, the buy money. If anything happens to the buy money, ay, pobrecito. My boss is gonna have your head up your ass faster than a rabbit gets fucked. So this woman said she pays a different amount of money. She has more money to pay for a tall sperm donor. Somebody put that in the chat. She's paying for a tall sperm donor, guys.
Of 300 active donors at a time, I was down to 3.
Wow.
Just down to 3. Yeah. And then you asked about, so I wanted him to be black. That already took me literally down to, on a site of 300 active donors at a time, I was down to 3.
Listen to what she said, because if you didn't hear that, maybe you might have missed it. She said, oh, I wanted a black sperm donor, but there was only 3 available for me. I have all this money. Listen to this. This is the face of someone who has all the money in the world, but she can't get black sperm from a sperm bank. You hear that? Hold on. This is the face of someone who wants black sperm, but not a black man. This is the face of someone who wants single motherhood. She's pursuing single motherhood. It's not happening to her. She has enough money. She went to a good organization. This is the woman who said, but the problem is, guys, listen to me closely. The problem is, and I want you guys to notice this. I'm glad there's only men here tonight. Men, this woman is telling you that you need to be jacking off in a cup more. Because I told you guys before, the common narrative now is there's a crisis in the sperm banks. Everybody else is donating sperm, but black people are not donating sperm. In other words, black men in America, you're not jacking off into a cup for these bitches so that they can have a black baby without you. You're not jacking off into a cup for these lesbians. You're not jacking off into a cup for these independent single women who just want to have a baby and they despise your black ass and they're going to have the kid and do whatever the fuck they want with the kid. This is the face of the woman who finally realized that black men aren't going to jack off into your cup. Can somebody put that in the chat? No, we shall not jack off into your cup, lady. Are you crazy?
Yeah, relate to their experience. So I wanted him to be black. That already took me literally down to, on a site of 300 active donors at a time.
Look at what Solo Dolo said. Solo. Man, fuck that. Fuck that. Y'all want to play with me? Solo Dolo, who the fuck am I? Am I the receipt king or not? Nigga talked about the brat. All right, well, if you want to skip some steps, I was trying to ease it in. Not no homo. I was trying to ease into it. But if you want to talk about it, then fuck it. Let's go. We could do that. You want to talk about the brat? Okay, cool.
After we decided that we wanted to have a baby, we had to pick a donor. I think this is a fun part of the process.
Bitch, I'm nervous.
Beautiful.
I'm saying, I never had to handpick a baby daddy before. Like this, we literally.
Yeah, but you know, I ain't never had to pick one. At least you had one before. Oh my goodness. Hey, Dr. A.
Morning. How are you?
We doing okay, but we looking through the cryobank thing from the ones you gave us, but we don't see no black people.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Then it went from thousands of donors down to 224 donors. And
one of them is
black.
Right. So this is an important issue. Unfortunately, there are just not enough black donors, black sperm donors, black egg donors. So unfortunately, the pool is limited for a lot of black fishes.
Our baby daddy can't be black?
Well, the thing is, not
if
only...
he looked like Jiminy Cricket. The one or two black people I saw, that thing ain't finna be looking like my child.
So, hold on. Solo, talk to me in the chat. Do you know something I don't know? Did they finally end up getting a red man to be the baby daddy? Talk to me in the chat. I didn't have time to research enough. All I saw was that they're at the sperm bank. They said there's only a few niggas at the sperm bank, and listen to this, guys. She said there's only a few niggas at the sperm bank, but one of the niggas, there's only 3 niggas that jacked off into a cup. Talk to me in the chat. There's only 3 niggas that jacked off into the cup, and one of the niggas looked like Jiminy Cricket.
Sensational.
Somebody put that in the chat. She said one of the niggas that jacked off into the cup, he looks like Jiminy Cricket.
Oh my God! Wow! Oh my God! After we decided that we wanted to have a baby, we had to pick a donor. I think this is a fun part of the process.
Bitch, I'm nervous.
Beautiful.
I'm saying, I never had to handpick a baby daddy before. Like we literally.
Yeah, but you know I ain't never had to pick one. At least you had one before. Oh my goodness. Hey, Dr. A.
Morning. How are you?
We doing okay, but we looking through the cryobank thing from the ones you gave us, but we don't see no black people.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Then it went from thousands of donors down to 224 donors.
And one of them is
black.
Right. So this is an important issue. Unfortunately, there are just not enough black donors, black sperm donors, black egg donors. So unfortunately, the pool is limited for a lot of black fishes.
Our baby daddy can't be black?
Well, the thing is, not
if he looked like Jiminy Cricket. The one or two black people I saw, that thing ain't finna be looking like my child.
So again, we're talking about the brat. And remember, it's funny because I've been talking about the brat for a minute. Let me see if I have the picture of the brat. Remember when at least they did it right. Let's just put it that way. At least maybe the brat did it right. She got married, right? She got married to this woman. And we talked about it before. But yes, look, turns out that they revealed after they couldn't find a worthy nigga. Somebody put that in the chat. They could not find a worthy nigga at the clinic. And so now their baby boy, out of all genders, it's a boy. Their baby boy will be biracial.
What?
So again, and these people are putting their business out for the world to discuss it. So I'm just discussing it from my perspective. It's none of my business. At least they love the child, right? But maybe the child's going to come out looking like Jerry Springer now. Who knows? But let's get back to this woman, since we talked about the brat already. And by the way, the brat, I was watching a video earlier of her and her wife, and they were talking about they had a miscarriage with the first baby. And I just want to give a shout out to the brat, because I don't know what trauma she's been through or whatever the case, but she seems like a really good person, you know what I'm saying? And I don't want to make it seem like I hate the brat or I'm hating on their relationship. It truly is their business. I'm just saying, when you look at the statistics of single fathers, a single motherhood without the father, it's just devastating. And these type of new relationships, who knows what type of repercussions they might bring later. Sure, you have a good relationship with this woman, for now, but you don't know what type of confusion you're bringing into this world. And again, we're talking about a society issue. So I'm not just talking about the brat. Speaking of which, let's get off of the brat, because remember, the brat's the same. Isn't the brat the same one? Hold on. Let me see if I have this video or this picture. The brat is the same person. Where's she at? Let me see if I have this picture. Because the brat is the same one that she says she was married to the woman and they're both Mrs. Damn, I wish I still had that picture. I don't know where that picture's at. But she married another woman and they're both Mrs. Which is all type of insanity. Where's my picture, man? Fuck it. All right, let's get back to this, y'all. Sorry for detouring. I want to get back to this reaction before we get too deep, because I'm not gonna be here much longer. Let's continue. Listen to this bullshit, y'all. Fair use, fair use, fair use, guys.
But wanting him to be black, that already took me little.
Hold on, y'all. All right, y'all.
Down to on a site of 300 active donors at a time, I was down to 3.
Wow.
Just down to 3. Yeah. And then you asked about height. I did want to go, I think they've got 5 feet to 5'5", 5'6" to 6'1", and then like 6'2" to 6'5". Anyways, I got the middle category.
5'7" to 6 foot. Yeah, you want a 6 foot child. All right.
Yeah.
I'm all for this. I got a couple.
Listen to this. She says she wants a 6-foot child. Somebody put that in the chat. She doesn't want a black man, but she wants black sperm, and she wants a 6-foot child.
Girls who are doing this, a couple of homegirls who have already frozen their eggs, they've been open about it. Angela Rye, Kendra G. But
listen to this, Solo Dolo. He said his friend Kendra G. He said his friend Kendra G. She already froze her eggs.
Wait, bitch, you better be joking.
He said my friend Kendra G. She already froze her eggs.
Kind of saddens me a little bit. A couple of homegirls who are doing this, a couple of homegirls who have already frozen their eggs, they've been open about it. Angela Rye, Kendra G. But it kind of saddens me a little bit, only because I'm like, what are we doing as men that these great women are out here and they got to do this?
Well, I'm going to be.
Listen to this pussy ass nigga. This is the face of a pussy ass nigga wearing a pussy ass beanie. This is a pussy nigga wearing a pussy beanie. You got to be careful of these niggas that wear beanies weird. I love a good beanie, but you got to be careful with these weird beanie ass niggas. And so he's talking about, I'm wondering what we're doing wrong as men to where all these black women don't want to be with us and they're doing this.
Wait, bitch, you better be joking.
It's always our fault. It goes back to our fault no matter what they do. They could be living in delusion, but it's our fault that we're not doing something right. Remember, the bus driver makes $45,000. He's not good enough for her.
Angela Rye, Kendra G. But it kind of saddens me a little bit, only because I'm like, what are we doing as men that these great women are out here and they got to do this.
Well, I'm going to be candid with you.
Okay.
Again, anybody could go get the club shot up. I mean, let's be clear. I'm really not. If you're not the love of my life and also somebody that I trust to make business decisions with, I'm really not trying to co-parent with you.
Listen to what she says. She says anybody can nut in my pussy. I could go let anybody nut in my pussy, but when it comes to a kid, if you're not gonna fall in line with what I believe that is right for the kid, I don't want to co-parent. Listen to her. I could get anybody to nut in my light-skinned pussy. She's right. Let's just be honest. Niggas gonna nut in that pussy. She could get anybody to nut in her pussy. And remember, there's only guys here tonight. I don't know why the ladies didn't show up, but since there's no ladies here, we can talk like Donald Trump, grab her by the pussy. She can get anybody to nut in that pussy. But the fact of the matter is, she said, if you don't fall in line with what I believe is right for the kid, I don't even want to co-parent. And remember, I'm the one who brought out that co-parent word. That's the fucking devil. But let's continue.
If you're not the love of my life and also somebody that I trust to make business decisions with, I'm really not trying to co-parent with you. There's certain things, y'all, at this point in my life, at almost 40, I'm really not trying to negotiate with you about getting my child immunized. It's non-negotiable. I'm not playing with you.
She doesn't want to negotiate with getting your child immunized, guys. And there can be conversations on both sides, but that means if the new, they're trying to make it to where the COVID-19 injection is part of the immunization for the children, I believe. If I'm wrong, please correct me. But I believe it's suggested that the COVID-19 injections are suggested for the routine immunizations. So if I don't want my child to get injected with a COVID-19 vaccine, you don't want to co-parent with me. So that's why you just want to get some black sperm. That's why there's an epidemic of niggas not jacking off. Remember, niggas, we need to do this, we need to do that, we need to act like Jesus Christ, we need to forgive, and we also need to jack off into a cup. Because these women will need your sperm even though they cannot stand you. They despise you, but you need to jack off into a cup so she can have a little black baby. But it turns out when it comes to the brat and what's the other woman's name? Brittany Griner. They couldn't find a nigga that was worthy, so they just got a red sperm donor. Talk to me in the chat. Mark Sanchez, they went and got a red sperm donor because they couldn't find a nigga sperm donor. Hold on. First of all, where's all my receipts, bruh? Like, I had a whole nother receipt. Where's my sperm donor receipt? Somebody put that in chat. Where the fuck is my sperm donor receipt, bruh? Oh, first of all, here's the other one with the brat. Look at the brat right here. The brat, I'm the one who brought you this receipt a long time ago. Way before the brat had another kid. The brat says, yesterday was a dream come true. We are officially both, listen closely, we are officially both Mrs.
Meg.
How are you both a miss? Can somebody explain that to me? Remember, I'm showing this because this is an important part of the conversation. This is all of the delusion that's going on that we need to understand. Hold on. Let me upload this video real quick, this picture. Here it is. I don't know why I deleted some of my receipts deleted. Okay. Look at this, guys. Can y'all hear me, guys? What the fuck? So I'm about to continue on this video, and we're gonna continue on with the Talking Shit Tuesday. But I don't know if y'all can hear me, but so there's a shortage of black men that are jacking off into cups. They're telling black men that we need to jack off into a cup for women that don't even want to deal with us. Meanwhile, if they can't find niggas to jack off into a cup, you can always find this nigga right here. You can find this dude right here, and he's jacking off so much into cups that they had to ban this man. They had to literally ban this man from jacking off into cups. So Brittany Griner, this other educated woman, Ebony K. Williams, that doesn't want a black man that's driving a bus. In other words, she doesn't want an average black man, but she's willing to go let this type of nigga jack off into a cup, and she's gonna put that in her pussy. This is the world that we live in, guys. But I wanna just show you that. Let's continue. Let's listen to some of the bullshit that this woman has to say.
My kids' education. That's not so politically correct, but I think I'd rather go it alone.
Now, wait, I'm gonna ask a question. So, are there pictures of the actual
Great
dad?
question. So you get baby pictures of almost all of them.
Hilarious.
It's tiers. First of all, it's like a tiered membership. Dead ass. So basic level, you just get the baby pictures. You know me, I got a lot of money. So I got the premium. So I got baby pictures and adult pictures.
Listen to what she said. You know me, I got a lot of money. Again, she's wearing this sweater to show off her allegiance to the sorority. She said, I got a lot of money. You know me, I got the highest tier to where I can see the nigga that jacked off into the cup. I can see this. I can see that. I can choose the height. I can choose this. So she's bragging about the money that she has and how she can choose a nigga, or in her case, and whoever else's case, a biracial man, a white man, whoever else is jacking off into the cup. She can choose who's jacking off into her cup. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of when you tell a woman that she has a weave on and she says, well, I paid for it, so it's my hair. That's a similar delusion to this. Like, what are you talking about? You're bragging about that you can see a picture of the man who jacked off into a cup for you? You had to pay thousands of dollars just to see a picture of a man that jacked off into a cup for you. Listen to that, guys.
Membership. Dead ass. So basic level, you just get the baby pictures. You know me, I got a lot of money. So I got the premium. So I got baby pictures and adult pictures. I get a voice memo of my donor reading his life story over the course of an hour.
We'll give you an audio book?
So now you paid to have the nigga who jacked off into a cup for you, he reads you a fucking bedtime story. Listen to this, guys. She paid her hard-earned money that she got with her education for a nigga to jack off into a cup for her and show her a picture of himself, and he reads a fucking bedtime story to her ass. Let's continue.
You get a free membership with Audible too?
Yeah.
Wow.
You get an Audible partnership.
Wow. How much is all this? I'm just curious.
The Love Potion is about $1,200 a vial.
Listen to this. The Love Potion is $1,200 a vial. Listen to what she said. The Love Potion is $1,200 a vial.
I was rooting for you. We were all rooting for you. How dare you? Learn something from this.
What that might help men stop jacking off. If you realize that each nut was worth $1,200 to these bitches, at least. Now, mind you, they're getting charged all type of shit. They're getting charged out the wazoo. They're charging these women to show a picture of the nigga that jacked off into a cup. They're charging these women for the nigga to read them a bedtime story. but let's just say one cup of ejaculation is $1,200. Listen to that.
How much is all this? I'm just curious.
The love potion is about $1,200 a vial.
Mm.
And I would recommend, most fertility doctors recommend, if you think you're going to do this alone, because you might need a couple cycles, 2 to 4 vials.
Speaker on.
Not having identity around your father and paternity, I do think is unfair to any child brought into this world. I think any child, no matter the circumstances, you get to know who you are.
Right.
Okay. So I'm only going to do this for me, Envy, when I can have that option. So when my kid's 18, God willing, we will both have access to his known ID, his name, his phone number, and his last known physical address.
They call it conscious co-parenting, right? And I think Van Jones is doing.
Listen to this bitch ass nigga. Listen to this bitch ass nigga, guys. 7 in the chat if you guys are still with me. Listen to this bitch ass nigga. He said they call it conscious co-parenting. Remember, J-Lethal was the first one to publicly come out and expose this word co-parenting as the bullshit that it is. But let's listen to what he says. They call it conscious co-parenting. Let's listen. Hold on. Let's listen.
Having this conversation more.
Oh, my bad. Hold on. Hold on. Listen to this nigga. Conscious co-parenting, guys. Can somebody put that in the chat? Conscious co-parenting.
Willing. We will both have access to his known ID, his name, his phone number, and his last known physical address.
They call it conscious co-parenting, right? And I think Van Jones is doing people a disservice by not having this conversation more. Him and his longtime friend, I forgot her name, they wanted to have a baby. And so, they decided to do that.
Yeah, they're not in a relationship with each other. They just...
And so now they're talking about Van Jones, who is a crybaby ass nigga. Van Jones is doing a conscious co-parenting with some woman where they're not together, they're just having a baby and they're going to live in separate households. How does this make sense? 2 different adults, 2 different mind frames. They say they respect each other, but they still believe what they believe. You live in 2 different households, but you call it co-parenting. This only benefits the person that has the child for the most time. And that 92% of the time is the mother. I said again, 92% of the time, the mother is the one that has custody. So co-parenting only benefits the fucking mother, but they're over here talking about this is good for everybody and good for the child.
Wanted to be parents,
That's right.
So they are doing that.
Co-parenting.
Co-parenting.
Yeah. And I wish they would have that conversation more.
Yeah. I did ask a couple of my queer guy friends, and they weren't that interested. And at that point, I just...
Listen to what she says. She asked a few of her gay friends if they would be the father of her child, but they weren't interested. She asked a few of her gay friends if they would be interested, but they weren't interested.
My friends, and they weren't that interested. And at that point, I just said
they weren't that interested.
They weren't.
Wow.
Yeah. GPA is very important.
GPA is co-parenting.
Yeah. And I wish they would have that conversation more.
Yeah. I did ask a couple of my queer guy friends, and they weren't that interested. And at that point, I just said
they weren't that interested.
They weren't.
Wow. Yeah.
GPA is very important.
GPA is important.
I got to pick GPA. I got to pick. You can pick GPA. I wanted a hard science major.
So the nigga who jacked off into the cup, somebody put that in the chat. The nigga who jacked off into the cup, he has a high GPA.
I was rooting for you. We were all rooting for you. How dare you? Learn something from this.
Can y'all hear that? The nigga who jacked off into the cup for this woman, he was educated. She said, I want the nigga who jacks off into this cup to be educated. Listen. Listen to what she says.
Guy friends, and they weren't that interested. And at that point, I just said
they weren't that interested.
They weren't.
Wow. Yeah.
GPA is very important.
GPA is important.
I got to pick GPA. I got to pick. You can pick GPA. I wanted a hard science major because that's not really my ministry. So yeah.
I feel like every child needs a man in their life, and I feel like every child needs a woman in their life.
I agree. I just don't necessarily know if they need to be biological.
That's true.
You see what I'm saying? So I've already enlisted my tribe of men, mostly black men, gay and straight, to be that tribe and representative. But let me get to the.
She says, can y'all hear me in the chat? Because I'm not going to be here much longer. I just wanted to say my piece. This woman, and I just want to show you how much bullshit is coming out of these people's mouths. This is why I don't like to have conversations with people, because these type of people will have conversations about like shit like this. And if you don't cut them off, they will continue to bullshit. This woman says, oh, I believe that, yes, a child needs a man in their life, but the man doesn't need to be biological. And I already chose the men that are going to be in my child's life. I'm going to purposely be a single mother, but I'm going to choose the other men that are in his life. It's going to be a village full of queer and straight men. Listen to this before we get out of here. She says the village that's going to raise her son is queer and straight men. She says queer first. She said that the people who are going to raise her children, the men that are going to be in her children's life, are queer first and then straight. Listen.
Child needs a man in their life, and I feel like every child needs a woman in their life.
I agree. I just don't necessarily know if they need to be biological.
That's true.
You see what I'm saying? So I've already enlisted my tribe of men, mostly black men, gay and straight, to be that tribe and representative. But let me get to the judginess of some of these women friends of mine that are
y'all. Let me let you know. Ask me in the chat. Like, are y'all watching? I don't see any comments. Are y'all just watching and being attentive, or are you not paying attention? Because I don't see any comments.
To be in happy marriages, and some, guess what, not so. Anyway, the data says that it's not the two-parent household that makes a difference. It's the change in household.
Listen to what she says. She says the data says, listen to this stupid wench. This stupid woman says the data. She actually had the nerve to bring up the data. You don't know anything about the data, man. She says the data shows that the problem isn't single parent households where the mother left and the father's not there anymore. No. She says the problem is not. Let me listen to this bitch. Hold on. Let me listen to this bitch. Let me listen.
And some, guess what, not so. Anyway, the data says that it's not the two-parent household that makes a difference. It's the change in household. So if you were born and raised to a single parent, you tend to condition pretty normal. It's when your parents were together and then divorced. That's where they see the.
Okay, so she says that all the negative statistics that come with single mother households, that's only if the dad was there then left. She says the households that they only had a single mother, that's not what they're talking about. Do you hear that? Because we brought out the statistics over and over.
That's where they see the dropping of grades. That's where they see the behavioral issues.
Listen to what she says. The behavioral issues only come from households that had the father taken away. And that's blaming, again, that's going to blame the dads, right? You're blaming the fathers when you say that, oh, well, when the father gets taken away, that's when the behavioral issue will start. No, actually, you know how many households didn't have the father to begin with? And that's the reason. It's not a differentiating whether he left or he was never there. They're saying that single mother households are raising children, 90% going to the fucking homelessness, 85% prisoners, 65% suicides. So when we talk about this, you want us to believe that these numbers are only talking about dads that ran away. And it has nothing to do with mothers that chose to be single mothers like you're trying to choose to be a single mother. They need their father regardless. Stop trying to play semantics, ma'am. Listen to this bullshit and we're about to get out of here.
Makes a difference. It's the change in household. So if you were born and raised to a single parent, you tend to condition pretty normal. It's when your parents were together and then divorced. That's where they see the trauma. That's where they see the dropping of grades. That's where they see the behavioral issues.
Is there a moral of the story?
To me, I mean, just me personally, the moral of the story, boy, it's really hard out here for black women.
Yeah,
like,
you're right
Lord
about
have
that.
mercy. This is why black.
So he sees this black woman willingly being a single mother. She's looking over millions of potential black men. She's purposely being a single mother. She's bragging about not dating an average black man. She won't date an average earning, honest black man. She says she's in it for love, but she won't date an average black man. And now Charlemagne the God, what he got from that was it's hard for her. You hear this? She's not willing to date an average black man. She's going to the sperm clinic to be a willing single mother, but it's hard for her. That's what Charlemagne the God said. It's hard for her. And she said, amen.
Dropping of grades. That's where they see the behavioral issues.
Is there a moral of the story?
To me, I mean, just me personally, the moral of the story, boy, it's really hard out here for black women.
Yeah,
like,
you're right
Lord
about
have
that.
mercy. This is why black love is revolutionary. You know what I'm saying? A black man and a black woman having kids, growing a family it's a revolutionary act. And this is why I encourage black men to be with black women because of this reason. Word to Dr. Umar.
Please not make the moral of this story, Dr. Umar.
But that's the one thing.
Now you see, I'm about to get out of here, but listen to what he said. He ended the story. He said, now mind you, she was fine when he said that it's hard out here for black women. But then when he said, shout out to Dr. Umar, who said black love is important and black men and black women need to be together, she makes a joke and she says, don't mention Dr. Umar when you're talking to me. Don't mention Dr. Umar.
Umar, I mean, he's right about that. That's the one thing I can agree with him on wholeheartedly. Black men need to be with black women.
I'm not disagreeing with that.
Yeah.
I'm just not gonna give that much credit to Dr. Umar. We're not ending my deeply personal narrative with shout out to Dr. Umar. We're not doing that.
So what if Dr. Umar's sperm?
Good night. Good night. What's it? Rumor report? What's next?
We got rumor report.
We got another donkey of the day.
We're gonna talk about.
This we're going to Charlemagne.
Divorces when we come back. It's the
hell out of here.
You see, guys? So I wanted to just show you that. Hold on. I wanted to show you how this is the same woman that told another black woman that she's not willing to date a black man unless he owns the company. You have to own the company to be with this woman. And now she's at the sperm bank. I just feel like that's poetic justice, to say the least. She's at the sperm bank getting some Chinese sperm. Somebody put that in the chat. Hold on. That's not even the right camera. Hold on. This woman is at the sperm bank getting some Chinese sperm. What's the woman's name? Brittany Griner. Brittany Griner's over here getting some Chinese sperm. Who else? All these women getting red man sperm. The Brat. Again, I'm not trying to diss the Brat. When I saw the video of the Brat, I actually felt sorry. I felt I'm not gonna say I felt sorry for the brat, but when I saw this one video of the brat, and she's talking about how she lost the baby with her girlfriend, and she's pregnant now, and she had a miscarriage and stuff. I felt bad, you know what I'm saying? Like, damn, like she really believes in this thing. She believes I can be with a woman and have a child and da da da. I'm not somebody to tell her she's wrong and diss her. She doesn't seem like a bad person, and I'm sure she's gonna love the kid and have the kid dressing them fly and all this stuff like that. I'm not trying to diss the brat. I'm just saying when you give this confusion, and yes, this is confusion for a number of reasons. When you give this confusion to the masses, it's a problem. That's really all I'm saying, guys. So we were talking about Ebony K. Williams. I'm done with her. She doesn't. Okay, bitch. You don't want to budget. How about this? Buy a dog, die alone, and go get a fucking go let a Chinese man jack off into a cup because it's not good enough for you. Now let's continue. I do want to say this other thing too. I have a few more things. I'm not gonna have time to say them, but we're on about 3 hours. I don't want to take too much of your time, but I hope you guys are up. I mean, it's only 12 o'clock. Y'all motherfuckers be acting like I'm just taking all of your time. But let's talk some more shit. It is Talk Your Shit Tuesday, guys. I have a whole lot of receipts that don't have nothing to do with nothing. Look at this.
Life in the media. My dad was in the media. Like, that is a big part of the revelation that's changed my life, is the media are part of the control apparatus. Like, there's no... Yeah, I know, because you're younger and smarter and you're like, yeah. But what if you're me and you spent your whole life in that world, and to look around and all of a sudden you're like, oh, wow. Not only are they part of the problem, but I spent most of my life being part of the problem, defending the Iraq War. Like, I actually did that. Can you imagine if you did that?
Well, what do you think? What is one of your biggest regrets in your career?
Oh, defending the Iraq War.
That is it?
Well, I've had a million regrets. Not being more skeptical, calling people names when I should have listened to what they were saying. Look, when someone makes a claim, there's only one question that's important at the very beginning, which is the claim true or not? So I say, you committed murder or you rigged the last election. Before you attack me as a crazy person for saying that, maybe you should explain whether you did it or not. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And for too long, I participated in the culture where I was like, anyone who thinks outside these pre-prescribed lanes is crazy, is a conspiracy theorist. And I just really regret that. I'm ashamed that I did that. And partly it was age, partly it was the world that I grew up in. So when you look at me and you're like, yeah, of course they're part of the means of control, I'm like, that's obvious to you because you're 28, but I just didn't see it at all. And I'm ashamed of that.
Isn't that what the media tries to do, though?
It's their only purpose.
Right.
They're not here to inform you. Really? Even on the big things that really matter, like the economy and war and COVID and like things that really matter that will affect you. No, their job is not to inform you. They are working for the small group of people who actually run the world. They're their servants. They're their Praetorian Guard. And we should treat them with maximum contempt because they have earned it.
Now, again, we talked about this last week, guys, because I got to move forward. Look at Tucker Carlson. You got to peep the play. Now Tucker Carlson is going to go Alex Jones or whatever you want to call it. These are the type of niggas that want to survive. Listen closely, guys. These are the type of people that want to survive the next wave of what's going on as far as the information age. They already expired on television. Nobody trusts television anymore. Nobody trusts the news. Now, certain celebrities are going to try to come out and, oh, well, I was never with that. So this is Tucker Carlson. We just talked last week about how he got fired last week. And now this week, he's talking about the news that I worked for. Think about it. That's the same as saying when you get fired from a job, oh, yeah, well, they were doing this and they were doing that. Well, if what they were doing was so bad, you should have said it when you weren't fired. You can't come out and fucking state your grievances about the company after you got fired, bitch. It just looks like you're a disgruntled employee. You gotta say that shit while it's happening. Does anybody understand what I'm trying to say, guys? Talk to me in the chat. So Tucker Carlson, he's coming out saying, "Oh, I didn't know that the news was owned by a few people." So I'm supposed to believe. Listen, okay, how about this? Put the number 1 in the chat, guys, if you believe that Tucker Carlson, who was the number 1 Fox correspondent after Bill O'Reilly, that he didn't believe that the news and all CBS and all these corporations were only owned by a few people. He didn't know that there was a teleprompter that he was reading every day. He didn't know that there was some big agenda. He had no idea in all of his journalism, in all of his, somebody put that in the chat. Journalism. Because the definition, or real journalists like J-LEETHAL, they tell you what the fuck is on their mind and what the fuck they know. But remember, when it comes to journalism, I forgot the number 1 rule. Does anybody remember the number 1 rule to journalism? Well, let's let Stephen A. Smith tell you.
Please understand something about most journalists. We all know 75% more than what we reveal.
Wow.
Never forget that. We all know more than we reveal.
So your opinion means more for that too.
It's just that, you can't, you listen, you can bring people in the White House that cover the White House. They don't tell you everything. They tell you there's certain stuff that they tell you, and there's certain stuff that they hold. People that cover Hollywood, there's certain stuff that they say, and there's certain stuff that they hold. You can't say everything, because if you say everything, no one will trust you.
That's right.
Yeah. No one will trust you.
No, that's right.
You gotta prove that you're someone who can keep secrets.
You got to prove that you're someone as a journalist that can keep secrets. Do you hear that? So when we're talking about Tucker Carlson, now he wants us to believe that he knew nothing about the news, nothing about how they're picking and choosing which stories to give us. This is what I want you guys to keep your eyes on. Remember, it's Talking Shit Tuesday. I have barely an hour left to talk my shit, so I have to move forward. Are you guys with me? Are you guys with me, guys? We talked about Ebony K. Williams. Go run that one back. She is out of line. This woman talked about she's going to get somebody to jack off into a cup for her before she submits to an average black man. She's not going to the fertility clinic because she needs help on conceiving a baby. And so she's going to the fertility clinic because she can't wait to get somebody to jack off into a cup for her. Somebody put that in the chat. Talk Your Shit Tuesday. The fuck is wrong with this? Talk Your Shit Tuesday, guys.
I'd like us to consider change in this way. Whenever there's a need for space to be made at the table, everybody who's already at the table, no matter what seat they have at the table, no matter the position of their seat at the table, it means that everybody at the table gonna have to scooch. We all scooch to make room for that new group at the table. But the thing is, all of us at the table is uncomfortable, which means we then got to extend the table. That is how change happens. Change happens because of discomfort for individuals, for groups, and for societies at large. As uncomfortable as it may be for you in order to make room for someone else, understand that room was made for you to be able to make room for someone else. And the quickest way to make that discomfort go away is to extend the space, not to diminish it.
Shut up, bitch. Bitch, shut the fuck up. You call a bitch. Fuck that motherfucker. Let's kick that bitch ass. Why do you like that?
Again, dumb shit. Listen to what she says. We have to extend the table, or we have to allow everybody at the table. That doesn't make sense in any regard. In no scenario do you allow everyone to come and eat at the table. In no regard. Even if you wanted everyone to eat at the table, no one has enough supply to let everyone come and eat at the table. Again, these are the stupid conversations about the table, whether you're talking about the red table talk. Look at the dumbness surrounding the table. The red table talk. Steve Harvey, he said women don't have to bring nothing to the table because they can have a baby. Or this woman here. It's a damn shame, guys. She says we have to extend the table, allow everyone a seat at the table. What if they haven't put in anything to get this feast? Like again, I don't know, man. I'm looking at the people again. I don't know why I really feel like I need more followers. And I don't say followers like that. When I say followers, I mean what they call followers on Instagram. They say you have 30,000 followers, whatever. That's what I'm talking about. I don't call them followers. But it just doesn't make sense that Amanda Seals talking this dumbass shit has more followers than me. Or for instance, Solo, how about this guy? It doesn't make sense that this nigga right here has way more views than I will ever have. It just doesn't make sense, guys.
Yo, I can't be the only one tired of his son's antics. The Crawfish Cafe appetizer had my boy slumped with the itis. Then all of a sudden, he just wakes up and starts transforming into Billy the Buffoon. You 5'11", 260 with the extra medium shimmery satin spandex from Wet Seal. That's unsportsmanlike conduct. I'm about to get you.
Sensational.
Yo, I can't be the only one tired of his son's antics. The Crawfish Cafe appetizer had my boy slumped with the itis. Then all of a sudden, he just wakes up and starts transforming into Billy the Buffoon. You 5'11", 260 with the extra medium shimmery satin spandex from Wet Seal. That's unsportsmanlike conduct. I'm about to get you ejected from the venue, fam. Then you double down with the Forever 21 spaghetti strap tank top with a splash of spicy. Now peep the bald fade ascending into that man bun while he did that hybrid Tootsie Roll dance with a vigorous shoulder shimmy mixed with that zesty Harlem shake. Then he ended off the theatrics with a violent pelvic thrust that was conjuring up Richard Simmons like none other. Then my boy went super crazy with the fanny pack around the waist, concealing the Fenty lip gloss and the MAC mascara. Homie dumbing out, riding that gender neutral wave like crazy. I couldn't even help but notice them 100-yard long shoestrings that's tied so tight, it got both sides touching like a gang truce on them DSW Caucasian yoga influencer Adidas. Those are for comfort, not for compliments. Then I peeped that gold.
I just saw that video. I said, damn, this is what they were talking about when they said this nigga has a new video out. Man, this nigga's still dancing, you know. And at this point, I'm realizing I can't get too offended at anything that goes on. I'm just here to bring you guys the news that the news doesn't show. I'm really upset about my internet because I want to bring you guys a better quality product, you know, with the background and whatnot. But I can only bring you what I bring you. It's the reason why I bring you these online pro bono learning courses is because I have to give you guys the news that the news doesn't show. Otherwise, you're gonna forget what's going on. You're not even gonna know what's going on. And this is how I truly feel. I truly feel like they're throwing so much propaganda at us that we don't know left from right. If we don't track it, if we don't have a timeline of what's going on, our society is decaying right now. I'm about to get out of here, but I gotta say this. Our society is decaying right now. And if we don't have a timeline on how this is happening, where it began, we won't be able to find our way out of the forest. Okay? So that's what I'm doing with my channel. This is why I get very sensitive when nobody shows up or whatever the case. Only a few people show up, but I have to get over that. I have to get over how many people are here. I'm just doing this from the honesty of my heart. Now, mind you, this is Talking Shit Tuesday, so I'm about to get out of here. This is the first chat ever that no ladies came to the chat. Actually, Dee Lump was here earlier in the chat, so she was here when we first started, but no other ladies have showed up. I think I might have made my ladies mad. Oh well, it is what it is. If I haven't earned your trust, if you don't, somebody put that in the chat. To the ladies in the chat, if you're watching me from the clouds or if you're going to watch this later, this is the song I have for you. If you don't love me by now, you will never, never, never love me, bitch. Fuck is you talking about? I haven't done enough for you to show up. It's all good. Look at this. This is another one. If my ladies were in the chat, they would have a good time with this one. This is another social media influencer, so-called housewife, whatever the fuck. Remember, all these women are so-called housewives and they feel so fucking empowered. Now she has a new man in her life. Look at this. This is Tamar Braxton. We talked about her last time. She had her white man, and I just thought it was hilarious that she's parading this man around. And everybody in the comments, yes, sis, get the bag. Oh, he's so sexy. Talk to me in the chat. Hold on. Let me see if I have the video of this nigga. You got to see the video of this nigga. They said, oh, this white man is so sexy. Hold on. Where the fuck is this nigga at, man? I think I have it on the other one. Unless a whole bunch of my receipts got deleted, I think, because I had way more receipts than this. Where the fuck is this nigga's receipt at? Wow. Wow. Oh, we was talking about Charlemagne the God. I'm looking for this other receipt. But we was talking about Charlemagne the God. Look at this.
I told Envy stop being so honest. Fucking man. Pete Davidson was at the station last week. Tell him what happened.
What happened?
Tell him what happened. I'm going to read what Pete said after you tell him.
Oh, shit.
You're a foul nigga.
Tell him what happened, man.
What happened, Nick? Come on.
So Pete come in the office, right? I'm with a young lady. I ain't gonna say the young lady. I'm with the young lady in the office. So the young lady, when he leaves, she was like, yeah, I just met Pete. She was like, you know, the funny thing is, when I seen him, I said, never mind. I said, what, you looked at his sweatpants? I said, I did too. You know what he's supposed to do?
Oh, man. Oh, shit. Damn. Yo, what's up, man? You a measurer, huh? DJ Measurer. DJ. This is DJ Measurer. I have the ruler on me. DJ Ruler. This is your Breakfast Club. This is DJ Ruler.
Look at this shit, though, Wallow. This is what Pete texted me. He said, man, you and Envy had me dying today, bro. Tell him I stay at his fat ass.
Damn. Y'all listen, man. Wow.
Yeah, what I said.
Every whoa.
I'm secure on my manhood, man.
I
ain't with y'all.
Wallow said, I ain't hearing no shit like this in prison.
Yeah, that's some prison talk, man.
Oh,
Envy having motherfucking after Breakfast Club conversations with the interns. Did you see the print on Pete? Did you see the pop? She like, what's that? The print on
again. Hold on, let me take this. I don't know if y'all can hear me, man, but these are the leaders of our community, guys. These are the leaders of our community. But no, what I was trying to show you was this. This is a picture of one of the black women, and they're trying to push. I just wanted to show you guys this because it's Talking Shit Tuesday. I want you guys to talk your shit about this. This woman's name is Tamar Braxton. She's the sister of Tony Braxton, the singer, but she's more known for being a reality star, quote unquote. So she divorced her husband. Somebody put that in the chat. This is the reason why I'm having a conversation about this. This woman divorced her husband. Now, mind you, you can do whatever the fuck you want, but you got young kids. You divorced your husband, and now you're out here living your best life with your ass out with George Washington. Somebody put that in the chat. This nigga has a powdered wig fade. Mark Sanchez, have you ever seen a powdered wig fade? A high top fade made out of a powdered wig. And she has her ass out after divorcing her husband with her young kids that left in the stranded. I just thought this dude was funny as hell. I talked about him before, but look at this. This is the dude right here. And I just wanted you guys to see what all the ladies on social media are congratulating. This is what gets you congratulations.
Nightcap, we make it, awaken by smells of perfume that I inhale, and then tell how well we raise hell on the Giselle. Satin sheets, heat from your feet, keep me warm. The mood is perfected with the sound from the storm. You came stronger, I lasted longer than I've ever lasted. Your mouth was fantastic, the book test you passed it. The way you made a nigga laugh, I had to get you. Then when I saw that ass dance, I had to hit you. Nightcap, we make it, awaken by smells of perfume that I inhale, and then tell how well we raise hell on the Giselle. Satin sheets, heat from your feet, keep me warm. The mood is perfected with the sound from the storm. You came stronger, I lasted longer than I've ever lasted. Your mouth was fantastic, the book test you passed it. The way you made a nigga laugh, I had to get you. Then when I saw that ass dance, I had to hit you. To make me fight against my will, what must I do? Yeah, if my life in danger too. Yeah, if that shit belongs to you. Yeah, if the way you act is true.
Wow. Again, I'm not hating, man. If this is love, this is love. You know what I'm saying? If it's love, let it be love. But the fact of the matter is, you forget that children are in the mix of this. Can somebody talk to me in the chat? I'm about to get out of here. But see, the problem with a lot of these women, because remember, these women are the ones that are more times than not breaking up the relationship. You forget that children are involved. Look at this picture that her child posted on Instagram. He saw his mom divorce his dad. Listen to this. This little boy, now this woman is famous on Instagram and famous on TV. Her name is Tamar Braxton. I would ask the ladies who she is, but there's no ladies here tonight. Maybe I finally lost my black woman audience. But this is her son. He posted this picture of his mom who divorced his dad kissing on this white man. I don't know if it's for publicity or for a television show or if it's for real. But the son, he said, I don't like this shit. But remember, we don't care what the children are going through, right? We don't care what the children think about it. We never actually ask the kids what they think about it, right? I might play one or two more receipts before I go. Leave me any last little comments what you think about the show tonight. It is what it is. It was just a little talking shit Tuesday. I guess I should have came on Monday and did a whole show. I just had a lot to do. I got one more video, and I guess it's kind of like a 5-minute video. So I want to play this. No, you know what? I'll play it. Nah, fuck that video. I was going to play this one video. I'm going to just play the first 30. I'm going to play the first 2 minutes of this video because it's too long. I don't feel like sitting through it. We talked about that Walmart thing. I want to say this last thing before I get out of here. We talked about the Walmart thing before too, right? Where Walmart is closing, and I want to make this a very important topic. Walmart is closing, right? Not just in a black neighborhood. Walmart is closing. As a matter of fact, I think I have the picture right here. Walmart is closing in multiple areas. Hold on, let me get this off the screen. I don't know why all these screenshots got deleted. But Walmart is closing in multiple areas. So I want to let it be known that it's not just black areas that Walmart is closing. So I've said this last time, but I want to reiterate this before I get out of here. We have to tackle certain narratives in real time, whether that come from the red man or whether that come from the black man and woman. One of the narratives that's coming from the red man and the black person, so a lot of black people, not all, but some black people are sounding like the white man. Oh, you niggas can't have nothing. The reason why we can't have nothing is because you niggas shoplifting, this and that and the third. We talked about that before, but I wanted to reiterate, just so that we're very clear, 70% of all shoplifters are white. So this is why it's important to challenge certain narratives in real time, even if you're one of the only ones that's challenging it. If you have the data, I got into a conversation with these dudes earlier, and his son tried to fight me. It's a long story. But he told me, well, what are you doing about it? I said, I have data. That's what separates me from whatever podcaster you're talking about. I'm not a fucking podcaster. I have data. And here's a perfect example of the data that I have that's very revolutionary, very important, and nobody's talking about it. Now, you can say you knew this, but fuck off. The average citizen does not know this. If you ask the average citizen on a quiz, is this the right answer? They would not say this is the right answer. But 70% of all shoplifting is done by white people. So why am I saying this? Because it's dangerous when black people adopt white talking points, whether it's the Donald Trump thing, whether it's this or that. And I'm going to play like 2 minutes of this video and I'm about to get out of here. But this is the type of shit, when I say talk your shit Tuesday, I'm not talking about this. This is not no talk your shit Tuesday, because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Listen to this.
Walmart told us in a statement that their annual losses nearly doubled in Chicago in the last 5 years, that losing millions of dollars a year is forcing them to close these stores.
I might get in trouble for saying this, but I feel like it needs to be said. Walmart is closing 4 stores in areas where they are saying they're not profitable, right? And people are outraged. I mean, outraged. So the big Walmart over on 83rd and Stewart is closing, and today they've been having a bunch of protests, angry people out. People are just angry and sad, protesting Walmart. We got politicians out there making speeches saying, how could Walmart do this to the community? And now they're calling Walmart racist for taking a resource out of the black community, and how dare them. They need to explain how it is that Walmart is not profitable when this store is always full, it's always packed, people are always shopping. Do y'all want Walmart to just like come out and say it? Y'all ninjas steal.
What I'm saying is that black people need to stop lying. Say something.
Black people need to stop lying. We really need to stop lying. Like, I sincerely hate the blind, misplaced anger. It's like that Walmart on 83rd was destroyed. Like, complete. I'm sorry, it's hot as hell in my house. So, excuse me, I'm a little moist. That Walmart was completely destroyed during the riots, during COVID. I mean, completely destroyed.
Fuck you, bitch. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Back the fuck up. I'll knock the fuck out you.
Damn, man.
Pussy. Hey, tell your kid what the fuck.
can't even listen to nothing else you say, because this is the reason why people tell me that I cut them off. The reason why I cut you motherfuckers off, if you had something to say, I would actually listen. You know, when it comes to Minister Farrakhan or when it comes to Malcolm X, I sit and listen. I don't stop it. I wouldn't dare cut them off. There's certain people I would listen. You have nothing to say. You're not going to admit that 70%. How is it niggas' fault that Portland, Oregon, they're closing in Portland, Oregon? Did you see this? Look at the map of all the Walmarts that are closing, guys. Remember, 70% of all shoplifting is done by white people. Look at the map of the Walmarts that are closing. Oregon, niggas ain't in Oregon and Wisconsin. So what is the reason why those Walmarts are closing? See, you don't want to have a whole conversation, but you're quick to just throw it on the niggas, and that's the problem that I have. And I was telling the niggas earlier that I got into it with, you have to give black people some grace, because no other organism put under our circumstances is going to act any different than we've been acting. If you put any living organism under the stressful set of circumstances that black Americans have been placed under, they're going to act similar to how we act, okay? So you got to explain to me why 70% of the shoplifting done in this country is done by white people. And why is it always blamed on blacks? And listen to what she said, the ninjas. Did you hear what the black woman said? She said, you ninjas are stealing. This sounds like, I thought it was white people that was making these comments about the ninjas stealing from Walmart. Turns out it might be a black woman behind this comment right here that I saw about the ninjas and the ninja community. The ninjas deserve this at Walmart. I thought it was do you see how that's scary, where you don't know if it's a avid white supremacist or an average black woman who made this comment, or a coon ass nigga who made this comment? Don't you see how dangerous that is? We can't even just go off first impression, because this person that made this comment, now that we realize it, it could be a goddamn white supremacist, it could be a black woman, it could be a coon ass nigga. Because that woman who made that comment, and by the way, she made that video is about to have 100,000 views. That the algorithm loves it when a black person makes a dumbass video like that, talking about the reason why Walmart closes because niggas steal. Yeah, the algorithm's gonna coincidentally let that video get 200, 300,000. She said, you ninjas are the reason why Walmart is closing. And I just want to say this before I get out of here. What would she say to the fact that 70%, oh shit, hold on. My battery's 5%. Let me plug my battery up. Yeah, what would this woman say to the fact that 70% of shoplifting is done by white people? What would she say to that? I just want to know that one fact.
Walmart told us in a statement that their annual losses nearly doubled in Chicago in the last 5 years, that losing millions of dollars a year is forcing them to close these stores.
I might get in trouble for saying this, but I feel like it needs to be said. Walmart is closing 4 stores in areas where they are saying they're not profitable, right? And people are outraged. I mean, outraged. So the big Walmart over on 83rd and Stewart is closing. And today they've been having a bunch of protests, angry people out. People are just angry and sad, protesting Walmart. We got politicians out there making speeches saying, how could Walmart do this to the community? And now they're calling Walmart racist for taking a resource out of the Black community, and how dare them. They need to explain how it is that Walmart is not profitable when this store is always full, it's always packed, people are always shopping. Do y'all want Walmart to just like come out and say it? Y'all ninjas steal.
Y'all ninjas are stealing. So I just wanted to show you some of the conversation that's out here. You know, again, I have a whole lot of receipts. I could show you more, but we're 4 hours in, and I think that's cool. I haven't, you know, and plus, it is what it is. I haven't ate tonight, so I think I'm about to go eat. I think the last video I'm gonna show is this. I told you I got into a little conversation, or I got into an argument with another black man today, and I love that black man. But I told him he was being passive aggressive, and he didn't understand what I meant. I'm going to say this last thing before I get out of here. And I didn't fight them. They tried to fight me physically. One of them tried to fight me. I'm not going to fight you. But I did say that you're being passive aggressive. And when you ask me, I want to tell you this. You don't have to say a word to be passive aggressive, okay? So we need to stop with that bullshit. You need to say what you really mean. 1 + 1 = 2. 2 + 2 = 4. 4 + 4 = 8. Stop acting dumb, black man. Answer the question yes or no. Okay? First of all, answer the question yes or no. Second of all, you need to be able to have the conversation like we're both in 3rd grade. I'm tired of niggas trying to pontificate. Just get straight to the point. I need black men to get straight to the point when they're having conversations. And the last thing I say is this. Stop being passive aggressive. The worst thing you can have is 2 black men being passive aggressive. Hell, if you got to fight, then fight. But the worst thing you can be is passive aggressive, guys. Stop it. And again, you don't have to use your words to be passive aggressive. Anyway, guys, I'm about to get out of here. I gotta go eat my little food. Thank you guys for joining me. It was a beautiful Talking Shit Tuesday. I wish my internet could be better. I wish I could bring you a better presentation. One of these days, you guys are gonna realize, even if I can't bring you the best presentation, I'm bringing you the news that the news doesn't show before the news tries to show it and bring you some bullshit about it. And it is what it is. I love you. Thank you for joining me. Until the next time I see you, holla at your boy. I would play some music, but I got to get out of here, and I'm a runaway slave, and I don't want to be caught. Thank you guys for joining me. You could have been anywhere in the world. Please press the thumbs up button and leave a comment once this video is posted, just so that I know it's real. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Until the next time I see you, vibrate. Holla at your boy and vibrate higher.